Hello, everybody. If you could take your seats. Sorry to deafen you with my Stokey tones. If you could gather round. Oh, it's so brilliant to see everybody. Come on. We have got such a jam-packed day. I am Gemma Thomas and I am the director of Brilliant Bamboo, and I'm standing here to do a very, very warm welcome. I'm a person that was born in Stoke and absolutely loves this place, and I work to try to make a difference in Stoke and North Staffordshire. And by bringing you all here today, that is part of that story for me. So thank you. We were looking for a venue that was connected to our history. There is a bit of a story of innovation and artists and engineers thinking about how they could connect with the world. And we're here canal side at the vaults. By the goods yard, and I hope you think that does that. Seeing the water and the engineering that was probably very people powered in the day. We have been known in this place to take our art to the world, and I want us to imbue that spirit of being connected to each other and connected to the world, but through bamboo today. I do like a bit of an old classic Disney film, so I'm going to start with the credits first. It's unusual to do the thank yous first nowadays, but I really wanted to say thank you to PH Production. The team have made this venue work for us in very short notice, so thank you. It's not been easy. I also just wanted to credit Orit Azaz. Without this, the summit wouldn't exist. So you will meet her in a minute if you haven't already. The brilliant Bamboo team, so the directors Susan, Vicky and Matt, and the people that make it happen, so that's Sarah, Sally, Matthew, and a whole host of wonderful freelancers who carry or just inspire me all the time. Thanks to Stoke-on-Trent City Council, they gave us a bit of a City of Imagination grant to make this what we wanted it to be. Newcastle Underline Borough Council, Capital and Centric, who have developed this, which used to have floors, suspended ceilings, and now is this glorious place that we're sitting within. Keele University and University of Staffordshire, sorry. The brilliant students have been working for 2 weeks to design and prototype 2 structures that you see here today, and Dan Wiggins and Neil and Chris from Atelier 1 have given them advice on that. Also, it's not me and Orit that have put our energy into this. It's a group, an informal group called the Bamboo Group in the UK. The Bamboo in the UK group, so that's Atelier 1, Bamboo Bicycle Club, Brilliant Bamboo, Coventry City Council, Coventry University, Sir Harold Hillier Gardens, Terragrn, Bamboo Society of Great Britain through our lovely Michael Brisbane, and UK Bamboo Supplies. We are live streaming, so if you've got friends who wanted to come and can't, you'll find that on our page live at the UK Bamboo Summit. Please share it. And there's some photographers. Beautiful Holly is doing the photography, and we've got Rich who's doing some vox pops. I might ask you to do something to camera. The fire escapes, there's one here and there's one there, and once you go out, if you go up the stairs, and then on the little car park at the front, that's where we meet. Toilets are signposted, but just round this corner, it says toilets this way. And the food lunch will be up here, and coffees and teas are over there. We are DIYing the coffees and teas, so please muck in. Is my call to action. Just around the room, we've got Simi Sandhu, who's doing some banner making, so please make a collaborative artwork in that top corner. We've been doing that with communities, so it'd be great to have one by you. Dana is doing some consultation, which is over in that corner by the tea and coffees, so go and have a chat there. The students are around, so talk to them about what they've learnt. These tables at the sides are for you to use, but they're also where the working groups are going to happen. There is some zines created by the beautiful Kavita, and they are for our brownfield site. There's places to write notes and sketches in case you forgot your notebook. Next, I would love to invite Olivia Thaxton, who is the Stoke-on-Trent City Council Visitor Economy Manager, to come and say a few words.
Thank you very, very much, Gemma. I vaguely remember having a conversation with Gemma probably about 5 years ago, maybe just a bit shorter, but she's always wanted to hold this event here. So I am really, really pleased that I can sort of welcome you all to this event on behalf of the City Council and of Stoke-on-Trent. And it's a fabulous year to be holding this event as well, because in Stoke-on-Trent we are celebrating our centenary, our 100 years of being a city, and this year has been full of events. It's been full of civic pride, it's been full of everybody getting involved, singing, orchestras, massive tea parties. We broke the world record for the largest tea party. So incredible events that have been happening that have brought everybody together. But what's been really noticeable throughout the year is largely around creativity, and it's it kind of how Stoke-on-Trent was formed. It was formed through problem solving. It was formed through creative thinking. So to give you a bit of a backstory history of Stoke-on-Trent, it is 6 towns, and it is lovingly known as the Potteries. And the reason of that is we had 3 things that was abundant in the city. We had clay, we had coal, we had water. Simple as that. You need 3 things to make pottery, and through that we have created an empire which is known throughout the world, and we grace the tables of royalty and dynasty today. So, and I think what's really nice is we're now seeing that next generation coming through on the city, particularly with events like what Gemma's holding with bamboo. It's thinking creatively of actually how can we make a better future for ourselves, and how can we keep Stoke-on-Trent still relevant. And whilst you're here, I encourage you to explore. Go and visit the different places. Find your little bit of Stoke-on-Trent. I have a wonderful job where I get to meet visitors from all over the world. And I often find it really interesting that it can be the littlest thing that makes the difference to their trip. It could be that little cup that they found in the Spode shop, or it could be the pint of beer that they had at Titanic Brewery, and it's just the most littlest thing. So I really encourage you to go and find those hidden gems. You've got fantastic places like the Potteries Museum and Art Gallery. You've got Gladstone, which is the home of the Pottery Throwdown, being filmed currently as we speak. So really, really interesting stuff. And even in Stoke today, just across the road, we've got the British Ceramics Biennial, which happens every 2 years and is a showcase of incredible contemporary ceramics. So enough of me. That was my 3 minutes done. I hope I got it in 3 minutes. There's a lot to say about Stoke, but please do enjoy. This is an amazing building and one of the great sort of success stories out of one of our heritage buildings, which we have a lot of in the city. So it's great to see it being used in a really, really positive way. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and please do ask me any questions about Stoke and where to get the best pint. I can tell you that. All right, thank you very, very much. Bye.
Okay, so the first UK Bamboo Summit happened as part of the 2022 Commonwealth Games, checking I got the date right, and Orit and Imagineer organised the first one. And at that time, Andy Street was the Mayor of the West Midlands Combined Authority, and he was really passionate about what that opportunity could be to make a start and to think about bamboo and connect to the Commonwealth. So we asked him whether he would do us a message for this 5th UK Bamboo Summit, and that is what's coming next. And after that, you will meet Orit Azaz.
Hi there, Andy Street, former Mayor of the West Midlands here, and I'm delighted to say a few words for the 2025 Bamboo Summit. I know we've had summits in Birmingham, in Coventry, in Wolverhampton, in the Liverpool City region, so great that you're now in Stoke this year. And when you give that little lineup, it's obvious that this concept is really one that's been born out of the West Midlands. And you know, I love innovation that comes from the West Midlands. And I've seen this journey pretty much from the start when Dave Long first invited me to an old warehouse in Coventry to see this concept. And of course, at the very first, I think it was the first summit that we had in Birmingham, I saw just how versatile this product was. Huge, tall constructs from bamboo, rock solid they were, so tough, relatively inexpensive, and of course, sustainable. So what's not to like in that? And I know the challenge for this year's conference is very much thinking about how the bamboo sector can contribute to economic development in the UK, and indeed that really critical issue about communities being sustainable. And I, for one, think there's certainly a role to play. So enjoy your summit. I hope it's mind-stretching, but also very pleasurable actually to be with like-minded people. And I think hopefully you'll really push the boundaries. And I know that this year you're really going to be thinking about the sort of development framework, or the framework to enable bamboo to play a bigger role in development in the UK. So enjoy it and have a great summit. Have fun. Bye.
A bit weird, isn't it? Shall I use this? Yeah. We don't know whether to clap him or not. He's not here. He sent a video. I don't know. Should we just clap anyway because it's fun and nice? Hello, my name is Orit Azaz, for those who don't know me. It's lovely that you're here, thank you. I'm going to be the facilitator of today's meeting, and I get to do an introduction now called Setting the Scene and Thinking Big. So that's what I'm going to try to do. I'd just like to say to those of you who haven't got a seat, there are lovely seats at the front here, and I will not pick on you. If you prefer to stand up, no problem at all. In fact, please just make yourselves at home here. Stand up, change chairs, take a different position or angle according to what's comfortable for you. Please be at home. But I am just going to say again that there are lovely free seats at the front, and it would be great to have attentive, interested faces there for when you do want to sit down. I hope that you can all see a screen, and I hope that the audio transmission is effective. I have been given one rule, and the rule is anybody speaking must speak into a microphone in order to be heard. So when it comes to your turn to speak, then someone will run up to you and offer you a microphone and try and hold it reasonably close to your mouth like I'm doing. That wasn't any of the things that I meant to say. What I meant to say is, who am I? I am a freelance creative director of projects and performances and conversations, normally happening outside in public spaces and involving people from all walks of life. Over the last 5 years, as you've already heard from Gemma and Andy Street, in fact, I've led a project called Imagine Bamboo, together with Coventry-based Imagineer Productions. And that began, as you've heard, as part of the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games Cultural Festival. And the first event was called the Imagine Bamboo Summit. Some of you were there for that, and if you weren't, there are some really great short films on YouTube that show you what happened and set the scene for everything that's happened since. I'm just going to give you a quick, the quickest summary of what happened next. Basically, the appetite and momentum from that first project has led to a series of Imagine Bamboo projects hosted across the Midlands and the UK. They've been led by artists and creative practitioners, and they've brought together specialists from different disciplines and community groups and local residents to experiment with UK-grown bamboo on an equal footing. So the theme of those projects has been, if bamboo is an important sustainable material for the future, what does that mean for us in the UK, where it's not native, and what can we do, make, design, play, build, imagine with the kinds of bamboo that either do or could grow here. So Imagine Bamboo project has had a real focus on bamboo that's grown in the UK, but the conversation that we're having here is about all bamboo, not just bamboo that grows in the UK. Imagine Bamboo projects have happened in 15 different towns and cities across the UK. They've so far involved over 200 professional artists and creative practitioners, and they've engaged tens of thousands of people of all ages. And that's because they've taken place outdoors in public spaces where people already are. No Fit State Circus's Bamboo Show, directed by my friend and colleague and collaborator Mish Weaver, who's here, was developed as part of Imagine Bamboo over the course of 21, 22, 23, and in 2024 and 25, the show Bamboo, which is an outdoor touring circus show that uses UK-grown bamboo and circus acrobats, has been performed in 7 countries to over 60,000 people so far, and that's going to continue to tour next year. So I'm telling you all of this because there are people who've been involved in that journey who are here. And if you want to know more about it, for example, about the circus show, Mish and Dan, the producer, are here, and there's someone here who's been somehow involved in every bit of this. The creative inquiry approach underpinning these projects, what do I mean by that? I mean, here's a question, let's all see what our answer to it is, let's explore together, has continued to define the UK Bamboo Summits, of which this, delightfully and incredibly in a way, this is the 5th UK Bamboo Summit. And when we called this gathering a summit, originally in 22, this was a really specific choice. Neil, you and I were speaking about this the other day. We imagined a powwow of influential, intelligent, interested, imaginative people from different disciplines and walks of life coming together to explore what can we do together that would be difficult for any one of us to achieve alone. And that is what we're here to do today as well. We want to challenge ourselves to be ambitious and think big, otherwise why are we here? We wanted to come up with a good theme or inquiry question for today, and Chris Matthews from Atelier 1 asked ChatGPT what we should ask, and ChatGPT made some really good suggestions. They're quite dense and hard to read, but I'm going to have a go. So here's one. How can bamboo catalyse a new industrial revolution in Stoke-on-Trent transforming our heritage of making into a sustainable green future for the UK. That was one, very good. You're nodding. I thought that was good. Here's another one. From overlooked grass to national asset. How can the UK, leveraging Stoke-on-Trent's ingenuity, unlock bamboo's potential to drive innovation, address our housing crisis, and forge a regenerative future? I mean, ChatGPT is pretty good, isn't it? Anyway, we decided to focus on this one, and hopefully you've seen it around screens and on your agenda already. If bamboo is the planet's fastest growing sustainable resource, how can we get it growing, researched, fabricated, and built at scale across the UK? So that's the theme for today, that question. That's what we're here to talk about. So if ever you find yourself in a moment wondering what you should be talking about, that's what it is. And the shape of the day is this morning is made up of a series of short talks that set the scene, give us a snapshot of what's happening in the UK, what's happened since the last UK Bamboo Summit in Coventry last year, and offer some inspiring stories of things that are happening elsewhere in the world that we can learn from and connect with. The afternoon is about addressing this question. I'm hoping it's arrived behind me. Oh, very good, thank you. Through a series of working groups. And we want to move towards a framework for bamboo development in the UK. What does that look like for us? So it would be really good to know who's here, and also to practice being very brief with everything that we do. We've packed lots and lots of content into today, and it will only work if we're very good at being brief. So this next task, I'm going to give you 60 seconds for this task. Okay, stand by. The task is, look around you, find somebody nearby to you, you don't have to get up from your chair, who you don't know, or you don't know very well. Introduce yourself, find out what they want to get out of being here today, and tell them the same for yourself. So, got it? That's a 60-second task. Ready, steady, go. If you haven't swapped over, then you should definitely do that now. And stop. Thank you. So that's what 60 seconds feel like. That's 1 minute. Most people speaking have been asked to speak for around, well, between 5 and 7 minutes. So if you're going to be standing here saying something, just hold that in your mind. It's not very long, but it is long enough to make a meaningful connection with other people. So now you've just had the first toe in the water of looking around the room and seeing who's around you, and I just invite you to spend the whole day doing that. We're just going to do a quick physical audit. Now, for this to work, you're going to need to participate by either standing up and sitting down or putting your hand up, if that's easier and preferable for you, and then putting it down again. And also, you're going to need to look around, because this audit is not for me to know who's in the room, it's for you. So you're kind of needing to go, you'll need to be in a 360 plane. I'm going to ask a series of questions, and your answer to this question might be yes. Your answer might be yes to many of the questions, and if it is, indicate by standing up or putting your arm up. Is that clear so far? Who has been to a previous Bamboo Summit in the UK? Just look around, see, yeah, very good. Standing up is preferable. Listen, it's a lot of sitting down. You might as well get some action in now. Thank you. Who can name, it's like I'm letting people choose. Some people chose to stand up, and that was really pleasing. It made a really good energy. So if you can do, and if you can't, try both arms in the air. Who in this room can name 3 different species of bamboo? Thank you. Sit down. And who of you can name 10 different species of bamboo? Well, it's almost the same. That's pretty good. So if you want to know about bamboo growing, those are the people to talk to. So just be sharp in your looking out for people, because these are the people you'll want to talk to in a break or at lunchtime. Who has seen bamboo of more than 2 centimeters diameter growing in the UK? That's quite a lot of people. Very good. Who has actually grown bamboo of more than 2 centimeters diameter? Wow, that's a lot of people. Right, keep an eye out. These are the people you're going to want to be talking to. Who here has been to Dublin Zoo, home of 56 different species of bamboo? See, more than you think. That's pretty impressive. Who here has made something with bamboo? Thank you. Who describes themselves as an artist, maker, creative, or creator? Look around. Why are you all at the back? Except for Neil. I mean, come forwards. Peter Wilshaw, there's a seat here for you at the front. Who describes themselves? So you might answer yes to all of these, which would be marvelous. Who here describes themselves as an engineer, architect, or designer? Thank you. And who as a researcher, educator, teacher, or communicator? How about a grower, gardener, or botanist? A nature lover? An entrepreneur? Those are the people to now make note of. An accountant? Oh no, sorry, I was asking for a friend. Is there anyone here who's a bamboo novice, who's intrepidly walked into this space thinking, I have no idea what I'm going to be doing here? Thank you very much. You are the most welcome. Thank you. Who here is a social media user? Very good. So there's a hashtag for today, which I think is hashtag, did you hear that? Hashtag UK Bamboo Summit. We'd like to make a lot of noise about the fact that we're all here talking about bamboo, which is still a reasonably rare occurrence in the UK. So please, if you are a kind of person who knows how to do these things, please can you do it throughout the day and afterwards? That would be brilliant. And if there's anyone here who knows about TikTok and could find a way of doing it there, brilliant. I'm clueless. Thank you very much, all of you. So that's our, who's in the room section, and I hope that you've spotted some people with like-minded interests, but also people who do something different to you, who you might want to connect with. You are all most welcome and important to this day. In open space technology, which we're not using, there's the idea that the people who are here are the right people, and that is how we should view ourselves. We're the people who came. And maybe there'll be some other people who'll come later because they got stuck on the M6. And then there's all the people who wanted to be here and couldn't be here, and hopefully they're here in the live stream. The tone we hope to strike for this day is informal, fast-moving, and energetic. Speakers will introduce themselves, and they will be brief. My job is, I'm not doing a great job of it so far, but I'm going to give it a try. My job is to keep us to time as best as possible. And I'm going to do this by, thank you, reminding each person how long they've agreed to speak for. And just if you are a speaker, what I'm going to do is just gently interject when it gets near to the end of that. So you'll hear my voice on the microphone going, great, and thank you, and can you wrap up now? So that's what's going to happen. It's really up to you to get the most out of this day. There will be opportunities for questions as we go, but please, please notice what sparks or connects for you. Make a note of that to be sure that that flash of inspiration or connection is not lost. I'm going to stop there. That's our introduction. I hope you feel briefed and ready to think big. I'm going to move into the next part of our day, and we're going to hear from 3 different people who are going to offer us ambition, inspiration, and provocation. The first of those is Ruis Garvia from the United Nations Climate Adaptation Division, and he is beaming in from Bonn. Carlos, hello.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you so much. So I will continue them. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm connecting from Bonn. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be with you today, but it's a privilege to have this space. And in the UN Climate Change Secretariat, we are expanding the scope of our work now that we have the what as resolved by the negotiations, mainly through the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Now we are moving into the how we will address the climate crisis, how we will also create paths for future development that looks better, that are regenerative, and that satisfy all core human needs. And that's the reason I'm here. I want really to make sure that this fabulous community, energetic, as Orit was saying, is also aware of what's going on in the global climate agenda, where we are creating spaces for the civil society, of course, to action, but also to propel climate-friendly actions, and that will help us to build this resilient future that we all want. So with this introduction, then my key messages is that I will be giving you a sort of a snapshot of the climate agenda. I will be focusing on areas on adaptation and some country instruments that are used to propel projects that are very much compatible to your bamboo agenda. So I hope we can find this interesting synergy, and that it will enable you to work with your governments, with your cities to accelerate action. So I hear the introductions from the mayor. It shows the commitment that top decision makers already are pledging to accelerate this action. I also saw the introductions by Orit. Thank you, Orit. And actually, you are also very popular down in Africa. I was there, and I saw the result of your work in the youth community in Zambia, but also in Ethiopia. I'm very thankful for that. But these introductions are key to show that this is the momentum for bamboo, but for other nature-based solutions. So I will walk you through the what is the situation in the climate agenda, what is or where is where we want to go, and then the final part of my presentation is how we get there. What is what we are doing to address the climate challenge? So let me introduce the background. So as you know, the global climate agenda is based in the party-driven process. This is a negotiating process by 197 countries that are well informed by science. So they should take decisions and should align their commitments based on the best available science. And for that, we have an independent body. It's the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, that provides regular updates on the status of climate change. And there are various chapters for adaptation. This is the one that is more important. And you know that there is a sense of urgency in terms of science, showing the trajectories on different scenarios that contain options where we don't take any actions, but also that provide recommendation of options and scenarios if we take the appropriate impactful actions. So I won't go into the details, but just wanted to make sure that the key message here is the sense of urgency in terms of the major hazards, floods, droughts, and land degradation. These are priority areas on adaptations and resilience, but they are also different scenarios, for example, that could help us to bring and stabilize the atmospheres to the 1.5 target. So this is limiting the increase of temperature of 1.5 till 2100, and other scenarios. If we fail to do that, what will be the consequences in terms of these hazards that I just mentioned? So the current trajectory, as per the ambition as reported by countries in the moment, is taking us to a world between 2.8 degrees to 3.2. So it's still quite alarming, and that could, of course, have some unfortunate consequences. But we are still on time. We still, of course, collectively, governments can raise their ambition, and civil society help them to implement action, and that's why your role in these communities is so important to have impactful action. So this is the background. I won't go into the details, but the package of negotiations, the decisions that exist already are very clear. So they have a very good linkage between climate, nature, and people, offering a long list of tools. I will leave these slides for you to dig in and to explore, but they are very bold considerations. For example, in 2023 at COP28 in Dubai, there was the first global stocktake. So this is a progress balance, a stocktake, and the message there was very clear based on the findings and based on what science was telling, and that include, for example, some outcomes indicating that accelerating action in terms of conserving, protecting, and restoring nature and ecosystem is absolutely key. And there are many chapters in these decisions that are very well connected to the bamboo agenda. So I won't go into the details, but there is a strong call by countries encouraging the application of integrated multi-sectoral solutions that include nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches. So without that, it will be very difficult to reach the next global stocktake in 2028 at a level of ambition that is compatible with the recommendations by science. I wanted to give you a screen of what countries are requested as per the Paris Agreement, for example, to present so that they reflect their commitments using a principle that is really tailored to their own circumstances and capacities. And there is a package of different reporting instruments. I won't go into the details, but maybe there are two that are critical for the bamboo agenda when it goes to looking at national and global levels. So one is the national adaptation plans that countries are formulating and are implementing, and the other is the national determined contributions of NDCs that are the action plans that countries commit in a 5-year time to deliver climate action. So these two instruments are very important, and you should get familiar with what your country, in your particular case, the UK, but also globally other countries are putting in place so that we can accelerate this action and make sure that it's not only a quite decent set of formulation of documents, but the implementation is effective. So we will be focusing today in the national adaptation plans. And for that, I would like to invite you to have a look to the NAP tracking tool. So all countries are invited to produce their national adaptation plans. We see good progress, but so far less than 70 countries have already submitted the national adaptation plans, and we are supporting, including with the financial mechanisms of the convention, that the Global Climate Fund or the GEF and the World Bank, to support particularly developing countries and seeds to complete their formulation of NAPs, submit, and see the result of the implementation of projects. So just wanted to give you some insights of the existing NAPs. So we can see that land and forest action is listed there as priority areas. So you will see that there is some action to revert degradation of forests or address the certification, but there is a big space to elaborate on areas of nature-based solutions, including bamboo action, of course, and do it in the right way. So look at the national adaptation plans, what your countries have committed, and be part collectively of this solution. The things are evolving, so science is gaining a lot of experience. There are many multiple agendas out there. Some you will probably recognize the SDGs. There are conventions that work on the certification, like the UNCCD or like the CBD under biodiversity, and we expect good progress in the plastic treaty, and all of these need to be interconnected, synergetic, and holistic. So what you see in the upper link or left side is the 7 thematic targets just established under the negotiations for the global goal on adaptation. So this is, as it is spelled out already, the global goal on adaptation shows us the trajectory of the actions to a guiding star. In the case of mitigation, we have the 1.5, as previously explained, but on adaptation, we have a package of different thematic areas that will help us to measure global progress, but also to ensure that every country is aligned, including the efforts by its civil society. So that iframe that I show is available to you, and you may wish to look at it and see how this applies in your project and in your activities. So far, the global goal on adaptation and the thematic targets have very clear trends. You can see that ecosystem and biodiversity are leading the way with more presence in the package of NAPs. Now, the national adaptations are key, as well as the solutions that are listed in the same plans. So I will move to and connect this discussion on the global climate agenda, bringing down to the national adaptation plans, and now the particular solutions that we expect to have reflected in the national adaptation plans. We
Carlos,
have
I'm sorry to jump in, just
Yeah.
to say we are completely gripped by everything you're saying, but under massive time pressure. So I wonder
Yeah.
if you could just edit down a little bit and move towards the end. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Thank you for that help. But it just, I guess, is very close to my conclusion. But just wanted to encourage everyone. I won't repeat what has been said, but what we want really is to understand the benefits of accelerating super things. Super things are some sectors or some technologies, innovations that are very impactful. And certainly bamboo being a very fast-growing species with all of these benefits that you see in the screen, low carbon, and enables also connecting with infrastructure, livelihoods, and jobs, while at the same time preserving ecosystems and biodiversity. It makes a lot of sense. So we want to offer the space to escalate these technologies and to help countries also to have a more ambitious set of national adaptation plans. Maybe to conclude, I just wanted to invite you also to join as a network of a network that we are putting together through an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, INBAR, that the specialized institution that looks into bamboo through the membership of 50 countries. And with them, we are on creating a platform to collaborate and to bring demand and match it with supply, and then provide the space to accelerate climate action. So we will be sharing a lot of information on this partnership, the plans that we have for the next negotiation sessions in Belém, in Brazil, this year, also known as COP30, and we will have some very good discussion networks and with participants on your UK Bamboo Summit, and you will all be invited to collaborate. And we expect with this achieve a transformational adaptation landscape that will change the narrative with something that is a bit depressing given the climate crisis to another agenda that is more proactive, forward-looking, and that will enable us to have a generative future. So I hope I give you the comfort that the climate agenda, the global efforts are very much aligned with the fantastic intents of the summit today. But I stand ready if there is any question and if you need to dig into more information. With that, I will pass the mic to Orit. Thank you so much again for the opportunity
Carlos.
to be with you. Thank you.
Please, can you make Carlos big on the screen so we can see you? We were mainly looking at your slides, but now we'd like to look at your face. I mean, we could see your face as well. Is that possible? Yes, hi. I don't know how to make you see me, so do I look that way? He can see me looking this way. Anyway, Carlos, listen, thank you so much. It's a bit weird. I'm looking into space, hoping that the camera can see me. Thank you so much for giving your time to provide us with this context for our conversation. I think we probably don't have time for questions because I'm imagining there are loads of them, but I would like to ask you one question, which is at the end there, you talked about COP and the Memorandum of Understanding with INBAR, and I just wondered, what are you offering and what do you need from us that we can produce today that will make sure that we are part of that conversation?
Thank you so much for this question. It's very important for us because we have two tracks in the COP space. One is the formal negotiating tracks with a very clear and busy agenda with more than 120 agenda items for all parties, all signatories to the convention to discuss and decide. So that should be changing in the future. But then we have another track that is open and is more engaging for the civil society to spell out two things. What is the gap and need that you identify that the global community in terms of climate and its partners can address to make your actions more impactful and effective? And the second question is, what are you doing that can catalyze action, that can create a domino effect and be replicated? And of course, these are big questions because you need to have an holistic understanding on the impacts of your work in all the SDG, for example, constellation, but also in your own local communities, ensuring that all the principles of prosperity, peace, and of course, align with the ecosystem, that this is achieved. So we look forward to the outcomes of your summit, and we will offer a side event where we will be inviting key actors of the Bamboo Global Agenda to share their thoughts and also to feed through their key messages into the negotiating process. So we'll be sharing the website and all the information, and I will be delighted to get in touch and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so much, Orit.
Thank you. Thanks, Carlos. Really appreciate it. Bye-bye. Oh, I go this way. Bye. So listen, you'll see in the agenda in a bit, there's something called questions. So we probably won't have time for those. And just hold your thoughts, like I said, so that we can talk about these things in the break. Next, I'd like to introduce... Why are you walking the other way? Come back. Neil Thomas from Atelier 1. You can... They like it if you use that.
Thank you. Thank you, Gemma. Gemma and Orit for organising this. Thank you very much for inviting me. Carlos, thank you. The context. I think climate change, we all know that. Climate crisis. And this is the material we're talking about here today. This is unbelievable material. You can see this is a section through it. The black things in it are the structural bits, the fibres. The yellow stuff is like the glue that holds it together, right? And maybe you can tell that I'm an engineer, and our interest is in the engineering of bamboo, but a lot more than that. I run Atelier 1 with my partner Aaron Chadwick and Chris over here, who's going to talk later on. We are structural engineers. We've been structural engineers for nigh on 40 years. We've done a whole load of projects around the world. I'll just show you a few of them to get the idea, the kind of context of what we do. This is Anish Kapoor in Chicago, Mark Quinn in the UK, Chatsworth House. The Olympics, we were the engineers for the London Olympics in 2012, the opening ceremony. And we do a lot of rock and roll sets. I've done for over the last 35 years. And this is U2, 360, and then this next one is the Joshua Tree. The set, built from carbon fibre. First time carbon fibre has been used in a touring structure. Our interest as engineers materials. We worked on a project in Singapore, which is called Gardens by the Bay. And here we were particularly interested because Singapore's greened its city. And so we worked on that project for 7 years, very successful. It's a big garden, 50 hectares. And it appeared in the Planet documentary series with David Attenborough, and he talks about it here.
A city where that idea is being applied on a major scale. Singapore. 2 million trees have been planted here in the last 45 years. This city is now richer in species than any other in the world. But perhaps the most spectacular example of city greening is this grove of super trees. Create the space and the animals will come. Is this a vision of our cities of the future?
So you kind of understand. We are interested in kind of nature, structure, materials, but also a lot of other things. When I talk about greening of the planet, we've become more and more interested in this issue of climate change and what we're doing about it. The construction industry produces 40% of all of the greenhouse gases produced on the planet. The construction industry we're working. So I told you we did a lot of stage set design. The designer, Mark Fisher, the architect we work with as engineers, about 12, 13 years ago, he was dying of prostate cancer, and he sent me an email that said 2 things in it. It said, I wish we got drunk together a few more times. And he said, go and find this man, John Hardy, this man here. John Hardy lives in Bali, and that behind him is the material we're here to talk about. John had children and was trying to find a school to put his children in, couldn't find one, so he built his own, the Green School, entirely built from bamboo. I went to visit him, and I've been going ever since. That was 12 years ago. And it took me, that bug. Everybody, I'm sure, here has the same thing. It's working with natural materials. So, you know, bamboo's light, very strong, and it really grows quickly. It grows up to 1 meter a day. You can almost watch it grow. Right? It's all over the world. It grows very big. This is James Wolfe, a friend of mine. You can see at the bottom there. This bamboo is called Gigantus for reasons that are pretty obvious. So it is possible to take that material and use it in buildings in a way I never imagined. I turned up in Bali. It's like somebody said, I've been working as an engineer for 30 years. They said, close your eyes. And I open them. I'm going to show you something, a material, a structural material that's right there in front of you. You just never saw it. And here it is. And this is a 6-story house designed by John's daughter, Elora Hardy, and her architectural practice. We have been working with them ever since. And we've been working on projects all over. This is in Bali again, the Green School. the school that he set up, we 5-6 years ago designed a new gymnasium for that school. This is the Green School Gym. And then when it went on to win the Institution of Structural Engineer Award for sustainability, and also went on to win the Supreme Award in 2022. It is using materials. They said the project demonstrates the exciting possibility of bamboo as a potential mainstream building material. Architects and engineers alike should be inspired. We have gone on to design all sorts of stuff all over the world now in bamboo. This is in Costa Rica, India, a series of canopies for a kind of street market in a university there, working with and essentially developing and understanding bamboo. Remember, when we took this on, this was a new material. And there were at the time, there were like 2 codes of practice, one in China, one in Colombia, where it grows prolifically. We have diversified into a group of other things using bamboo. This is a housing system that we developed with 2 colleagues, and we formed a new company called Casa Cuna, to build these houses. We built 11 of them in Nicaragua, and they were pretty successful. And now we're currently building a prototype of a new version of it in Mexico with the support of Hilti and the Lord Foundation, built by Nature Prize, which we won 2 years ago. But that bamboo is in its natural form. And we work in the construction industry, in the Western industrialized construction industry. So we're interested in, yes, it can be used in certain things in this country, but it's in this form. This is called engineered bamboo. So it's taken bamboo, broken it down, and put it back together again. Much the same as we do with timber, glue laminated timber, same thing. And it has different properties. Bamboo is not a replacement for wood, right? Let's be clear about that. It's a complementary material. It is to help us aid in this idea to improve greenhouse gases, the reduction in carbon we're producing in the atmosphere, and stop this temperature rise that's going on. It's been done all over the world. This is engineered bamboo in China. This building by a man called Professor Xiao in Hangzhou, this is 7 stories. This was built 9 months ago, the first ever 7-story building in engineered bamboo. So it's happening. They built bridges in it, and we built our first structure in it. This is in Bali and Sanur on the beach for Bauhaus Earth, which is a kind of environmental organization, which was completed about 3 months ago. So we're expanding in that world too. But all of this stuff is abroad, in the tropics, in places where the stuff is growing. As I said, it grows to over kind of more or less half of the planet. But what about in the UK? Well, it grows here too. And it was Orit who contacted me, I don't know, many years ago now, with this idea. They were building a thing with Imagineer. She was running this project, and they wanted to make a bridge between these 2 kind of pedestal things, and they created it out of bamboo, and that was the beginning of the conversation. They have gone on to do all sorts. Gemma involved, but Orit has been kind of in the background with these things. So Bamboo Summits in Birmingham in 2022, Chris went along and helped them build this arch from small diameter bamboos, which are here in this country. And a whole variety of other things. Bamboo is everywhere in Liverpool. I went to see this and a number of other places, Southport, the Wirral, Liverpool itself. Kiel Festival. You see the arch is pretty amazing. And it's from very small diameter stuff. So you could do, if you have to think about how you use the material. Put it together, make it do and achieve a whole load of different things. And Jörg Stamm, who was also the designer of the Green School with us, the best builder of bamboo in the world from Colombia, he came to London a little while ago, gave a series of talks and built some pavilions in central London. These are just things to kind of get people to, a lot of people signed up for this. This is Nuneaton and Bedworth in 2023-24, Cardiff 24. And Orit talked about No Fit State, who've been researching it since 2021, and I've seen that show in Manchester, and it is a really good show, entirely with bamboo. And what's interesting about what they're doing is because they're kind of moving around in it, they're kind of understanding the material, the flexibility of it. So it's interesting, the properties of bamboo. here in the UK. I met at one of these summits in Coventry. I was introduced by Orit to Mary Cray, who is from Coventry herself, I think. She was at the time Minister for Nature, and she said to me, "Oh yeah, but bamboo's not indigenous, is it?" And I said, "That's interesting, because 80% of the wood used in building construction in this country is not indigenous either, and 15% of it comes from China." So I think she thought I was a bit of a smart ass, actually, but the point was made, right? She said, "Write to my advisors," and Baroness Taylor of Stevenage wrote back about housing in this country. And that's a conversation that needs to be continued with them. But we found something else out, which is unbelievable. This is on the Isle of Wight. This is the lemur, one of 2 lemur enclosures, which are built from bamboo. And on the right here is building control approval. I didn't even know existed. We went down to visit these people when we heard about this. So we have precedent already that bamboo has been approved for use in the UK. So that's a big step. And further step on from that is recently, after that original visit to the Isle of Wight, I've been going backwards and forwards there ever since. And in the Isle of Wight, at the Wild Heart Animal Sanctuary, we've set up a competition with the Architecture Today magazine to build a school of rewilding. Recently, this month, October, they announced the 3 shortlisted architects for this project. We are specifying a major part of the structure is to be built from engineered bamboo. That is part of the brief that the architects have been given. So the point about it is, you can see in the UK there is use for natural bamboo, there is use for engineered bamboo, but it is growing massively. And today, I think, shows it. This kind of summit, and the number of people are here, and the fact that we have Carlos from wherever he's from talking, you get the idea. You're involved in something that's new, but it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. And this is all your fault, obviously. And it's all through you that this is happening. If we hadn't been introduced in the middle of lockdown by Paul Cockle, then we wouldn't be here. I know. I didn't mean it to be a "this is your life." Anyway, thank you. There's no time for questions, so you can go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Actually, the reason that I think we should do more applauding. Thank you. I'm not doing my job brilliantly well of timekeeping, because these contributions at this point are absolutely critical in framing what we're doing today. And the point that I wanted to make about Neil is just that that's how things happen. Things happen because people want to make them happen, and then they introduce other people to other people. We met Carlos at the European Bamboo Expo. Iraklis, thank you very much, helped to connect us, so he's here today. And the next speaker was introduced to us by Neil. Thank you. Jennifer Snyders is the president, I don't know if that's completely the correct title, Jennifer, of the Bamboo Society of Australia, and also the director of House of Bamboo. She's going to introduce herself, but the important reason for this story is because they have developed a roadmap, a framework for bamboo development in Australia, and that felt helpful given our task today. Jennifer, I'm hoping you're there. Apologies for keeping you up so late. I wonder, is it possible for everyone to see Jennifer whole screen first? No. Okay. Jennifer, we can see you in a section of the screen, and we can see your slides. Over to you. You're very welcome.
Hi, welcome from down under. Thank you for the opportunity to share the story of what's happening in Australia. We have done a lot of work around bamboo, and I wanted to share really the evolution of my introduction into the industry and the evolution of where we've moved through the process, because I think some of the experiences that I have encountered and my response to them might resonate with some people, depending on where you are with the process of bamboo. So I wanted to share a little bit about my journey. It began with a family business and how it became a platform for advocacy, and hope to offer some practical suggestions from the lessons learned. And as you can see, there's quite a timeline there of my involvement with bamboo. So where did the story begin? The story began when my father started he was Dutch and he immigrated to Australia, and he started House of Bamboo in 1972 out of a desire to provide materials for the built environment that he felt we weren't utilising in Australia, and that we were adopting too many materials from the European scenario. So he actually really was instrumental in bringing bamboo into Australia, and long before sustainability was fashionable. So I'm an architect, I studied architecture, I grew up around bamboo, but I didn't really take it seriously. And I saw it really as a rustic decorative material and not really used in architecture. And my father then unfortunately became ill, and he asked me to step into the business. And I came with my skepticism into it. But I realised that in order for me to be able to step into the business, I really needed to learn, and my curiosity took over. So I went full into it and started learning all about bamboo. I visited plantations, I learned how it grew, I went to where the manufacturing was happening around the world and really got into the nuts and bolts of it. I learned that it can grow full height in just 6 months, how it restores degraded land and prevents erosion, and how it can be harvested year after year without replanting, so there's no deforestation. And I thought, wow, that really struck me. And I thought this wasn't just an extraordinary plan. This could be a solution for our environment, for our buildings, for the planet itself. So more than that, it offered for me a vision of hope, a future that could sustain not just the business that I was moving into, but for my children and their generation, and for humanity itself. And that was the moment that my curiosity just became of conviction. So idealism quickly meets reality. So the truth is, we don't have a bamboo industry in Australia, which shocked me. There are a few passionate growers, some are harvesting for shoots, a handful of garden products, but no processing, no large-scale plantations, no structured investment. And everything engineered in bamboo or structural is imported. So knowledge is fragmented, policy inconsistent, and collaboration is rare. But meanwhile, our building industry faces its own crisis. Timber supply is under strain, plantations are aging, we had large bushfires which reduced availability, and global demand continues to rise. And as an architect, I realised we couldn't keep building the same way and expect different outcomes. If we're serious about reducing carbon and regenerating landscapes, we need new materials that can give back more than they take. That's where I saw bamboo could play a crucial role, not to replace timber, but to complement it and be a partner to it, to share the load and support the transition to regenerative materials. So in the early years, I was completely committed to the sustainability story. I had educated myself to such a degree that it was a no-brainer. I believe that if I could spread the information about sustainability and where bamboo sat, and people understood bamboo's role in carbon capture, regeneration and biodiversity, they'd be instantly convinced. But they weren't. They were driven by design, by how something looked and made them feel. So I realised I had to shift if I was going to make a difference and have people adopt bamboo. I realised people don't change because of data. They change because of desire. So we began leading with design, creating products that were elegant, tactile and modern. When clients saw them, they didn't see sustainability, but they saw beauty. And then they asked, well, what's this made from? And that opened the door for the opportunity to share the knowledge around bamboo and spread the word. So design for me became an education tool. Beauty became the bridge. So as House of Bamboo grew, I began to see the broader challenge. Bamboo's biggest problem wasn't its potential. I felt it was its fragmentation. Brilliant people were doing incredible things, growers, engineers, designers, researchers, but they were all working, I found, in isolation. So when I joined Bamboo Society of Australia, I found it an amazing history that was driven by horticulturalists that had believed in the growing of bamboo, but it had lost its momentum, run largely by volunteers with limited resources, doing their best, but without a clear roadmap for the future. So when I became president, I wanted to reignite the spark, to bring the community together again and to give a new purpose. So we asked some big questions. What should the society stand for? What role could it play in shaping national bamboo industry? And how could we create a shared direction that everyone, from growers to designers to academics, could see themselves in? So that's when we began reconnecting the dots. We built partnerships with universities, we engaged with government departments and reached out to sustainability networks and industry bodies. The society started to shift from being an association of enthusiasts to becoming an advocacy platform, and one that could bridge science, industry and design. We focused on collaboration over competition, sharing knowledge, building relationships and amplifying each other's work. But even that progress, the journey hasn't been easy. We're having valuable discussions with government agencies, universities and potential investors, but the frameworks that exist around us often work against us. Bamboo is still misclassified in some regions, sometimes even labelled invasive. Misconceptions persist and they close doors before conversations can even start. So there's also a deeper cultural challenge. Bamboo is still seen globally as a third world material, something cheap, temporary and unsophisticated. So to bring bamboo into first world industries, we have to imagine how it's approached. Natural bamboo harvesting works well where labour is affordable, but the model doesn't translate to economies like Australia and the UK. So here success will depend on engineering, design and innovation. We have to make bamboo fit within modern systems, not expect those systems to bend around it. And that's why Bamboo Society of Australia built a 10-year roadmap as a direct response to these barriers. It's not a glossy brochure, it's a practical framework for change, a tool to identify the roadblocks in perception, policy, logistics, and a research, and to build solutions around them. The roadmap sets ambitious but achievable goals for 2035. 100,000 to 500,000 hectares of bamboo planted, 3 to 25 million tonnes of CO2 captured annually, and 1.5 billion in investment, development of regional processing hubs and domestic manufacturing. And each target is grounded in data, research and early feasibility studies. We've learned, fortunately, the frameworks from the development of CLT entry into the Australian market. And we could map that out, and then we could map out the engineered bamboo platform that we felt would raise through that. So more importantly, it gave us the direction and a way to move from scattered effort to coordinated progress. So where are we now? The truth is we're still at the beginning. There's momentum, more dialogue, growing awareness, increased interest from architects, universities and sustainability leaders. But every step forward meets resistance, unfortunately. So there's still the work to do. The struggle itself is actually part of the journey. And because to shift bamboo from margins to mainstream, we have to do more to make a case for it. We have to prove its place. That means changing mindsets, building evidence, and continuing reminding people that this is not just a green solution. This is an industry opportunity. So what can I share that from my journey and my experience? And I think the simplest advice is start where you can make the biggest difference. Bamboo's potential is enormous. There are so many opportunities of what it can actually assist with, but you don't need to do everything at once. I'm sometimes guilty of that. Identify where bamboo can genuinely solve a problem. Is it low carbon construction? Is it land restoration, biochar, fibres, composites? Start there, build credibility, prove success in one area and the rest will follow. Because people see bamboo working, belief becomes unstoppable. So when I began, I thought my journey was all about helping my father and moving on and learning about bamboo and a material, but really it's been about a transformation. My own transformation, the industries, and hopefully a shared one with everybody. I really believe bamboo has taught me that beauty and purpose can coexist, and that when we design with integrity and advocate with courage, change follows. And that's when we can, and we must collaborate across sectors, across countries. We don't just build with bamboo, we build with hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Jennifer. That was so, you did every single thing that we asked of you, and you did it very succinctly, and it probably is about 10 o'clock at night where you are. So that makes it even more amazing. Thank you so much. We don't have time for questions, but I hope that if anyone has any questions for you, that we can put them in writing and remain in a conversation. You're really a brilliant inspiration for our day. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jennifer said, start where you can make the biggest difference, and that feels like a very good springboard into the next part of our time together, which is hearing about what's happening in the UK and some of the things that are emerging since we met last time. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Colin, Chris, and Sabine from Coventry. You might remember that last year we felt that Coventry asserted that it wanted to be the bamboo capital of the UK. So let's see how they're getting on with that. Now, you've got a special challenge. It's good if you could use the one microphone and share it between you. And obviously, your time slots, you'll have to manage each other.
Okay. Morning, everyone, and thanks, Orit, for the introduction. So I'm Colin Knight, and I'm Director of Innovation at Coventry City Council.
I'm Chris Matthews. I'm an Associate Director at Structural Engineers Atelier 1.
I'm Sabine Kodi-Schebitz. I'm Associate Professor of Architecture and heading up the Built Environment Department at Coventry University.
So, I thought today we will tell you the progress that we've made at Coventry about creating the UK's first prototype bamboo house. And the idea came from last year. Oh, it hasn't changed. I thought it had. That's it. The idea came from last year's summit. And in particular, the plight of Dan the poet, who I'm sure many of you remember. And, you know, what we thought is we need to do something practical. And I think you've heard already this morning from speakers like Neil about how, you know, this needs to be turned into something mainstream. So that was where we really started. So the challenge is, how do we mainstream bamboo as a construction material? How do we meet the target of around 50% of residential construction being from bio-based materials by 2030? Normal timber production cannot keep pace with that. So we thought what we've got to do is show, you know, actions speak louder than words. We're engineers, architects. How can we make something actually happen? So talk about the what now. What is it we're trying to do? Well, we want to make a house that, first of all, meets the UK building regulations. So we've already started discussions with Coventry Council's building control team and got their support to help us on this journey. We want to create something that's affordable, something that's quick to build and can show superiority in terms of energy efficiency, carbon, etc. We want to achieve a high efficiency rating, and that's something we're looking at. How can we do that? We want to lower embodied carbon. And moreover, to make this work, we have to show that the product, the house, can be mortgageable, it can be insurable. So, you know, we're really trying to build a coalition of the willing. So the core partners are Atelier 1, Coventry University, and Coventry City Council. But, and crucially, we have at the City Council a climate change board, and we have been working with the partners on that board to come together to make this happen. Now, you'll note the quote at the bottom: no one to date has said that this is a bad idea. And I'm really delighted by that, because we've spoken to so many different people, and all of whom have said, yeah, you know, once you explain the reasoning why, and you've heard Neil and others already set out that case, people say, yeah, a bit of a no-brainer. You know, so we've got Coventry and Warwick universities on board, Stoke-on-Trent and E.ON, so we want to really demonstrate in the house that it's going to be energy efficient, water efficient, you know, the house of the future. We're talking to Lloyds Bank, Coventry Building Society, to see how they can help us on this journey. A local housing association, Citizen, our building control team, as I've mentioned, and we're talking to local architects as well about helping us out. So, you know, there's a whole coalition of people there. So what I'll do now is hand over to Sabine to talk about the where we want to put this prototype house.
Thank you. Yes, so we want to put the prototype house into Coventry, and I'm very pleased to say that the Coventry University has provided a space, namely at the Techno Park in Coventry, which is just outside the Ring Road, so very close to the city centre. I think we have another. Yeah, that's the Techno Park at Coventry, which includes a lot of research centres and other facilities of Coventry University, including the simulation centre. It will be very close to the simulation centre, and it will provide us with an opportunity to showcase that house as part of the city, as part of the university. And I'm really pleased about this opportunity, because we will have another maybe Coventry house. There was a post-war Coventry house which was pioneering. It was a steel house, which was then very unusual for housing. The housing sector in the UK is still quite traditional, and we are hoping to really actually move on and say we can build with bamboo now, and maybe give an impetus, really provide something innovative and pioneering again for the UK housing sector and potentially beyond.
So I get to answer the question, how? First of all, design criteria. There are a number of things that we've been discussing over the last year, and what is amazing is we have a head start in almost all of them. So space standards. Colin mentioned that we have a housing association on board. So they have been working in the Coventry area and have provided us with their space standards that they've developed over the last tens of years. Building control. Instead of submitting to building control, because Coventry are a core partner, actually we're working with building control from the start, having those conversations already. Environmental performance. We've got both Coventry University and Warwick University on board, so they can help us prove the performance of the house. We can incorporate circular economy principles. We've got researchers who we've met through this network who have already started looking at the embodied carbon advantages of a bamboo house. And we've also got experts on sustainable bamboo sourcing in this room, so everything is coming together. We've got this huge head start. We know there are a lot of people that we need to talk to. So we need to have the architecture input, the environmental input, quantity surveyors, all of these people, building modular house input. But again, through this network that we have in Coventry, we have all of these people falling into place. Now, Colin is a tough client. He has said, bamboo alone is not enough. We want to see this as a house of the future. So how do we look at the other parts of the house, the insulation, the external cladding, the internal cladding, foundations? A lot of people build a lovely sustainable structure from the ground upwards, but don't think about what they're burying in the ground. So how can we deal with that? Heating and ventilation. E.ON are on board, and they are willing to help us showcase their technologies within this house. And also, Colin mentioned the climate change board. I've never sat in a council meeting before where they've sat down and said, we are innovative. This is our mindset. So they sat down at the table and basically said, how can we help each other? And part of that is that they've got their own kind of material network. So waste from one department goes into other businesses or other departments. So what's the next step for us? Well, we're currently undertaking a preliminary study, or we're trying to get this started at the moment. So first step is to consult with all of the people we've mentioned. There are a huge number of people whose expertise is needed to feed into this process. The performance criteria, we've already been speaking to citizen housing, that's underway. The layout, conceptual renders, all of this is what we need to now start focusing on. And the plan is to look at both natural bamboo and engineered bamboo and do a proper comparison of which one is better for this project. And then basically put a roadmap together. Jennifer mentioned her roadmap for Australia. We need to do one for this house to show the stages of proving the structure that we need to go through. So, in conclusion, we've seen today already that bamboo is being used increasingly across the world. People are turning their minds to how can we use bamboo more and more. There is a predicted shortfall in timber supply by 2050. If you look at how much timber we need to meet demand and how much supply is expected, there is about a 20% shortfall. So we need a supplemental material. Bamboo can come online in 5 years. So bamboo is a perfect supplementary material. So we see bamboo construction coming to the UK. Neil mentioned that 3/4 of the timber coming into or being used in the UK is already imported. So why don't we start using bamboo as well as imported timber? Bamboo housing has the potential to deliver cost-effective housing, and it's not a compromise. It can be something beautiful. It can be something that people want to live in, and that's something Jennifer mentioned beautifully, that we have to make it a desirable thing. So let's make it happen. Everything's in place. Let's make this happen in Coventry in the next year. And over the last year, I've done various research into this, but this is my favorite fact. So this is a Dutch study. This is a 175 square meter house. And to build that, you need 13.7 meters cubed of structural timber to build your core. That is 1 hectare's growing for 1 year out of bamboo, or 1 hectare for 4 years out of timber. So the same area, you can grow 4 houses in the time it would take to grow it in timber. So there we go. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. So listen, those interested in discussing the development of the UK's first prototype bamboo house, these are the people to speak to at lunchtime. Thank you, all of you. And it's incredible to hear how much it's developed since it was proposed as a solution to Dan Thompson's immediate housing crisis in the summit last year. What is the most important thing that we can each do was the provocation of Jennifer. I've slightly modified it. And the next story is Gemma. We can't wait to hear about the development of brilliant bamboo and what's been going on since last year. Gemma Thomas.
Do these work okay for everybody? Thank you. I've got props, so I'm trying to make some space. Okay. And I've got a clicker that I have to master. Too many things. Okay, let me put the... Okay, so I'm going to talk... I'm going to hold the mic, actually, now. Sorry. It's going to be a bit Petra Kuchar style. I've got too many images to show you all at once, so I'm just going to go through and show you the pictures. So if you have heard me talk last year, I introduced Dan Thompson, who created an amazing poem that's available on our website on the pages, and that's where the bamboo house came from. But from my adventures with Imagine Bamboo and since, I was just so captivated. It's absolutely about building with hope, like Jennifer said, and imagining what is possible. And I would love to do this. So our ambition is to create a bamboo park and a range of community spaces here in Stoke-on-Trent and North Staffordshire to grow bamboo, but to connect people with it and each other. So for me, it's about people and imagining with people. I love people, and I love people with lots of different knowledge. Neil tells me off when I say I don't have any skills, but my biggest thing is that I am interested and curious about everybody, and I think everybody has something to bring to a party. So why here? We are built on a history of land use through farming and coal mining and pottery, and that is actually quite extractive. So what if we were going to turn that on its head? But also we were built on people. So if we can imagine a new future with the people of Stoke-on-Trent or North Staffordshire, what would that look like? And how can they be involved in it? We have a history of taking our wear on these canals and connecting globally, like I said before. So I really want to keep that inspiration. So how for 2025? So I've done a project. We did the power of somebody saying yes. You've just heard about Coventry saying yes to a bamboo house. The power of a couple of people giving us a yes to some projects. So Middleport Matters had been a partner in Imagine Bamboo, and we have done a project with them earlier this year. You can see two big photographs. We got a yes from Stoke City Council to do 2 green space projects. One was a botanicals project, and one of them was the Brownfield Parklet. So the botanicals was my prop now, was taking our inspiration from the fact that pottery has been, and designers have been putting bamboo. If you look at the V&A's archive that's available online and search bamboo, you'll see all of artists and designers being inspired by bamboo in the past. And this is a hand-painted plate from a couple of 100 years ago that I bought for £15 in Spoon Museum. And it's got beautiful bamboo witches on it. So taking that, trying to connect it to our local story, I commissioned 2 murals. Where have I put my clicker? Sorry. That's Sandra's story. I'll come back to that. So this is one which is taking the surface pattern with some bamboo, and then you can see the gorgeous photographs by Reiko Kaneko, who created her own bamboo brush. She bought her own bamboo to paint directly from. She's a ceramics artist, so making sense of it for local people. This is Sandra's story. This is part of our Middleport project. This is Sandra. This is Spencer Jenkins, the artist. He spent some time working with local people, talking to people like Sandra, and then he created this bench, which is inspired by the canal crane that used to put wear on the canal boats, and Sandra's story, which is she's from a boating family, and her granddad was a boater. And this is bamboo that was grown at Harold Hillier Gardens. And we got some money for a parklet. So we didn't have any land. So what I did is I wanted to develop skills with artists. So we had some masterclasses. So here are some of our brilliant masterclass artists and makers who are learning here from Joe Pocock. Here from Chris, where we made the dome with some students from the university as well. We then travelled this dome along the high street, not very far from here, and then did it as opened it for communities to experience. And there's a yoga meditation person there called Jess, and she decided she would like to try it under the bamboo dome. So for me, it's about engagement with people. We then took it back to Middleport because we had a bamboo block party, and we did some screen printing. I'm going too fast now. We did some screen printing, we did some building, and we rebuilt the dome, prototyping as we go. And then all of the people had written messages to nature, and we added them to the dome. The brownfield. So this is the brownfield in history. It was a Trent potteries, Crescent potteries. Then it was bought by Sainsbury's. It's not been a pottery since 1957. Sainsbury's now is here. There is some student housing here. And now the...
We're going to start again, so if I could invite you to return to the speaking area. You don't have to sit in the same place that you sat in last time. You could change seats. Like I said, there are some seats at the front, and no one will be picked on. But please head over towards the stage so that we can crack on with our story. Let me press on you a little bit more forcefully. I mean, verbally, obviously, I'm not going to actually press on you, but I mean, not yet, perhaps later. Fran, you're nearby, aren't you? I think I'll just start. We'll just start, and hopefully the word will just ripple its way back across the vaults. This is an incredible building, isn't it? Doesn't it make you just imagine what party shall we have here next? This is the first ever event to happen in this space, so I reckon they'll be very interested in our views on what kind of party we might throw here. I'm really just filling time, but with an officious tone, in the hope of persuading the people who are further back that something very important is happening. But in a moment, something very important will be happening. Let me just give you an overview of the next part of our day together. So we've got some more stories of what's happening in the UK, and then we're going to flip to ask ourselves, what can we in the UK learn from international projects, and how can we connect with and support these? And the extra special challenge is that every person who's going to speak, and that includes me, is going to be very brief and concise, knowing that every one of us will be reducing the amount of time spent having lunch if we go over time. So I'm very happy to be policed by anybody. I'm editing my little contribution as we go. And I think we'll just begin straight away. So we're still in the UK, letting you know what's happening that you might want to be part of and where expertise lies and what you can join in with. So the next person I'd like to introduce, Fran Clifton from Sir Harold Hillier Gardens, who have been the most incredible supporters of many of the artistic projects that you've heard about so far today. Fran, over to you. I'll take my notes away. Thank you. Well, that was very feeble by way of enthusiasm. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a real honor to be part of this exciting movement within the UK. So a bit of a background to us. I'm Fran Clifton, head gardener at Sir Harold Hillier Gardens, Hampshire in the UK. And our collection started in the 1950s. So we've been growing bamboo since the early 1960s. A good 60 years we've been growing bamboo here in the UK. All our collection is recorded and catalogued, so we can go back to where things came from and so forth. That's quite an important part actually for us. So bamboo is part of our wider collection. I would describe us as a living library of plants, and that includes anything from herbaceous grasses, bulbs, climbers, trees, shrubs, and bamboo. So really, really exciting to have that material not just being part of a garden and sort of being pretty and everything, but actually being used by a wider community and seeing the purpose of a plant being grown on this planet, especially here in the UK. So this is one of our nice sites in the Winter Garden. Fantastic Phylostachys spectabilis has been grown here for the last 30 years. Lovely yellow culms every year out of the ground, which is a stunning sight to behold. So quite an ornamental aspect of our growing, really. Originally from Phylostachys from Zhejiang in China, and as I said, quite happily growing with us in our climate, even so the dry summers occasionally spell a sort of a testing time, but we get by. They seem to be fairly well rooted, and there is enough storage in the clay soil to sustain moisture in dry summers. Now, this is a great bamboo here, Phylostachys nigra boreana, super plant. As I said, this one has been growing with us since the early 60s. A good plant, sits on top of a sort of a slight waterfall, beside a waterfall, so there's plenty of moisture there. The clump is about 20 square meter in size, and until a year ago had culms of about 6 to 8 meters tall with a girth of 25 centimeters, which is quite an achievement here in this country. It started flowering 5 years ago, and as we know, bamboo tends to then lose those culms rather than being green and lush. They have these grass-like flowers and go brown. Now, 5 years of flowering took its toll, and the bamboo eventually succumbed, and we had to cut here on the right-hand side. You can see we had to cut it down because it did look a sight. We are open for visitors. We do have 250,000 people walking through, and I'd rather not have a sort of a collapsed heap of bamboo showing them. But having said that, we fenced the area off because we didn't want little explorers, i.e. children, going through and trampling it all. So we safeguarded those because we still are learning from bamboo. And with that in mind, we wanted to explore what actually happens, because there's always this myth hanging over bamboo, sort of, is it going to die? Is it going to disappear? What's going to happen? Now, with Phylostachys boreana, it's fascinating, actually, because all the next culms coming out of the ground of various sizes were, again, flowering shoots. So we're sort of slightly dismayed, thinking, okay, we're going to lose our biggest, most favorite bamboo in the gardens to flowering, which of course happens, and as we all know, it happens globally. But we persevered and retained our plant, and this year, for the first time in late spring, we had green shoots coming up. So we're maintaining that clump. We're still keeping an open mind on what's going to happen to it. Ideal would be for us to really maintain that clump, retaining it, and then over time, as the bamboo builds up energy again from the base of its rhizomes, that it reaches that fantastic height of 8 meters again, and we can, you know, revel in that kind of size and beauty. Now, this clump also collaborated with the artists last year, and of course No Fit State Circus, which was absolutely amazing to see our product, which we've been growing for many years, being used in a completely different discipline. So that was quite exciting for us as horticulturists to see that there is more to it. Now, I'm moving swiftly on because we're always thinking, oh, bamboo, is it invasive? Is it going to take over the world? Well, in some people you talk to, yes, bamboo should be taking over the world in terms of construction and being, you know, in the forefront of our mind. But let me just take you back a little bit. The plant world has always been keen and interested and wanting to learn more, going out into the big wide world and exploring what there's to be had. Now, this is Montbretia, a lovely orange flowering plant from South Africa, was introduced in the late 1920s and has, in parts, taken over the wild hedgerows in Devon and Cornwall. Now, you could argue the point, do we like it, do we not like it? You know, right plant, right place. You know, I'm not going to be excluding things. Now, there is the other question of right plant, right place. This is another one which came to this country, is not native. It's the Chamisiparis leylandii, which is, we call it leyland hedge, often in the public press for all the wrong reasons, because people plant this plant in the wrong place. If you let that hedge grow in your terraced garden or in your small garden, urban garden, this one can reach 30 meter. We're talking 90 foot here, yeah? Unless you clip it. Well, this is the wrong plant in the wrong place. But talking about right plant, right place, and this is a bamboo hedge of Fargesia murielii, super plant. Fargesia was introduced by Ernest Wilson in 1913. So, you know, way over 100 years we've had this plant here in the UK. Fargesia is a clump-forming bamboo, quite thin stems. It reaches a particular height. Some Fargesias are slightly taller than others. The nice thing about a bamboo hedge, you don't have to clip it. There's nothing for you to do. You take the old bits out, but you don't have to retain the height. The bamboo does it for you. So again, right plant, right place, and you can actually do it and save yourself some energy, which I find always exciting because you can do other things in your garden. But occasionally thinning out is, of course, helpful. So the umbrella bamboo, as it's sometimes referred to, is one of those plants which I think should be seen more in gardens and made people aware of. And you can do buildings with it, children can play with it, all sorts of bits and pieces. You can use the bamboo canes to stake up your tomatoes in your greenhouse. This is another bamboo, absolutely brilliant, Sassa palmata, big, large-leafed one. In our education department, we use it quite a lot with making things out of leaves. So they built little boats and tested on the water whether they swim. Again, has been growing with us for the last 25 to 30 years. Very good ground cover, so to speak. You can cut it down to the ground. It bounces back again. So very easy to control. It has a slightly running habit and spreading. But again, if you plant it in the right place, so I wouldn't recommend that for the back garden in a terraced house, but you know, if you have a larger garden or even public greens, very easy because you can save on maintenance, so the public team doesn't have to come out every 5 minutes to chop it to bits. Now, I come back to the bamboo flowering. This is Thamnocalamus crassinodes beauty. Very clump-forming one again. This clump here, the footplate of it is about 1.5 square meters, and that took 30 years to grow. It's on clay soil, so again, you can see it's not one of those runners. It's really well behaved. It does what it says on the tin. So I really like it. With this one here, we're going to, again, do this experiment and learn from the plant, but we're leaving it in. We're leaving it in situ, and we're trying to explore the attributes of this plant. Further on, this is a good, a bad example, really. We all know about bamboo barrier. Well, if the plant is still wrong, the bamboo barrier won't stop the plant. So it still applies, right plant, right place. This is another Phyllostochus, by the way. It's not going anywhere. What am I doing? Here we go. Sorry about that. Technical hitch. Probably me. This one here is a new one to us in our cultivation. Michael very kindly led us onto this one here. Borinda palonga, dense, dark form, superb stand, very ornamental, comes from China. The interesting thing again, and we're talking about growing it in the UK. This species comes from a high altitude, so really, really interesting to make use of those kind of things within a garden. But of course, we do have to be aware of, can we grow it, and how low are our temperatures going, and how high are they going in summertime. So all of those things are really, really important. Borinda palonga. So this is one of the hedges we've built. As we had to cut down our bamboo, we've reused the culms and made a fence along a path, and we're hoping to leave that in for the next decade and a half, so no worries having to rebuild it again. And if we need columns, they're just right next to it and we can cut them again. I will wrap up 2 more slides and I'm out of here. This is Sasela ramosa, another ground cover plant, much nicer, knee height, easy to grow, and we've literally just mow around the side of it. Super plant, very different, but maybe again in those plants there is mileage in retaining the sort of the fiber, or maybe we can do something with the green material which could lead to some form of industry, but rapid growing, really, really exciting plant. So the important message for me is using our knowledge over the last 60 years as growing a library of plants that we can grow bamboo in this country. How can we scale it up? That's the question for other people to answer. I wouldn't want to be without them. I think they're exciting, they're colourful, they're absolutely amazing plants, and having seen the multiple attributes with, be it at the circus or the sculptures, definitely worth a plant to consider to plant even in your own garden at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Fran. And of course, I hustled you out of saying that you have enormous expertise at Harold Hillier Gardens and a wide library of bamboo babies and cuttings, and you're extremely generous to support anybody else who wants to get involved in bamboo growing. Would that be fair enough? Thank you. Thank you. So you see that we're galloping between building with it, growing it, and engaging people with it. And that's beginning to set the scene, if you want, for our work together this afternoon, where we'll have working groups where it'll be over to you to solve all of these immense challenges. For now, I'd like to reintroduce you, many of you have met him before, to David Trujillo, who is joining us online because he couldn't be here in person. We picked a teaching day. Thanks, David. We can see you. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
So
great to be here.
I'm going to hand over to you and say, please be brief, and know that after about 7 minutes, I'm going to start grunting into the microphone. That's okay with you, isn't it? You're used to me doing that.
That's fine. I'm going to put my stopwatch to make sure I don't exceed myself.
Thank you, and lovely to see you. Over to you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for arranging this. Gemma, that venue looks brilliant, and that presentation by Fran was very, very interesting. I was listening to everything with great interest, and thanks, Orit, for arranging this. Okay, so for those who know me, I've changed employer, and now work for the University of Warwick, and there's my job title. Okay, so what I'm going to cover is a bit about the progress we've made in ISO standards, and tell you a bit about research and other things that's going on, and one quite interesting and exciting development that's taking place. So we have been working with ISO to be the best place to develop standards and codes for bamboo construction, and the ones that are furthest ahead are the ones with building with bamboo columns. I'm not going to be talking too much about these today. We also have a set of engineered bamboo standards that have been developed, and some have been published and some are in the pipeline. And so it's the latter which I think is more interesting. But I go back to bamboo columns. There is a standard for structural design with bamboo columns. And later, at some point this year, he says, hopefully before Christmas, we're going to be publishing a manual for the design of structures using bamboo columns. It's going to be published by the Institution of Structural Engineers. And because it's been sponsored by these two organizations, it will be freely downloadable. And we believe it's going to be a really useful resource for engineers throughout the world. We also had a collaboration between Coventry University and Atelier 1. We had an iStructE award, and we did a series of tests in the lab relating to connections in bamboo columns. I've yet to sort of produce the output, but it was really interesting, and I'm very excited about our findings. We also did another collaboration with Atelier 1, and this was for some research for the FCDO. And we were looking at using bamboo cut into splits like this, I've called it Dow laminated bamboo. It's more commonly known as Pimbu, and it's an interesting way of trying to make construction that is somewhere between building with columns and engineered bamboo. But really what I want to focus our conversation now is about building with engineered bamboo. So these are some images from China, but you look at it and you say, well, that could well be wood. It looks like wood, and so you can sort of imagine this fitting into the UK construction industry quite readily. So that's very much what I'm going to talk about now. So one of the things that has occupied my mind is, well, how can we get people to use a lot more bamboo? And we've had an earlier presentation on the Coventry House project, which is one way to address this. The other thing is about how can we do a route map so that people who are investing in setting up companies have a path to use more bamboo, and we can also have it as a path to decarbonize construction and replace timber species that are slower growing or not so sustainable. And so I set out a plan of an idea of how it could work. It's that we gradually move from non-structural applications, which are quite common and don't require such quality products, gradually to structural applications, which require products to be of a higher quality and cheaper at the same time. So you really are talking about volume production. But the issue is, well, if we have the product and the products are out there, how do we ensure that we can design with them? And we structural engineers, we'd like to have codes to guide us in the process. And there is two sorts of schools of thought, and the two of them we're developing in ISO. One is that we write an engineered bamboo design code from scratch, and we try to incorporate it around the world. That approach probably wouldn't work very well in Europe. And so we've proposed an alternative approach, which is that we say, well, what we'll do is we'll identify what are the similarities and differences between timber and engineered bamboo, and then write a document that highlights what are the similarities and differences, and then just use a timber code to work with. So the very fresh news on this front is that on the 17th of September, we had approval at the ISO committee where we write these standards that we could write a report that outlined that. And the very next day, a paper that we wrote with Professor Kent Harries from the USA, outlining how this could work, was published. So we are making important strides in this because we are creating a path so that we can quickly adopt engineered bamboo as a structural product in Europe, including the UK. So what's the value of this? So it's, firstly, as I highlighted earlier, I think in UK/Europe, engineered bamboo is the most likely type of product we're going to use in construction, regardless of how much we like bamboo columns and so forth. For all sorts of reasons, I don't think that's the main product we're going to be looking at. So, and drafting and securing approval for code takes many, many years. So demonstrating that it can be designed like timber would allow us a quick path for adoption and compliance with the building regulations. So this is, we're talking, instead of decades, we're talking years of finding a way for engineered bamboo to be adopted. And I'm wrapping up now. So what next for the next year? Well, firstly have to publish what we found in that work we did with the iStructure around connections. We'll continue our work with the ISO standards. And the key thing one of the key things we'll have to look at is try to identify these similarities and differences between engineered bamboo and timber. And finally, continue working with the bamboo supply chain, particularly in the tropics, to develop supply chains and products that we can see how we plot a path to the widespread adoption of bamboo in construction. And that's all. I've kept it to 8 minutes. Thank you for listening.
David, thank you so much. That was unbelievably efficient. It's lovely to see you. We're really missing you in the room. So hopefully next year, assuming there's a next time, you'll be here with us. And the story that you're telling is absolutely compelling, even for someone who really doesn't know anything about anything like me. It's like, oh, right, so everyone can use it and regulate it and monitor it, and it will become mainstream. And thank you very much for sharing that story. It's really brilliant news. Thank you. We're going to say goodbye to you. It's difficult for me to speak to you, but in the other side of the room, I hope that you can see I'm looking in your direction. Thanks very much, David, and we'll catch up very soon. Perhaps a little more applause just to thank David for his contribution. Lovely technical people. Can I just check, if I want to speak to the person that isn't here, do I look that way? Yeah, but not this way, where I can see their face. Correct. Just double checking in case I was really making a hash up of that. So another brilliant story from what's happening in the UK is the story of James Marr and Bamboo Bicycle Club. James, you ready? Here he is.
Okay. Is that working? Yeah. Hello, I'm James Marr. About 15 years ago, I was riding my bike to work every day, and I was getting a lot of pain, and I thought, hang on, I can get a more comfortable bike. So I started to research and look at different materials, and I came across bamboo. And I thought, I'll build a bamboo bike. And the power it gave me, the confidence, these steps, so that anyone can create either a custom bike or a standardized bike, depending what they need to do. So just to give you a bit of a background, we founded in 2012, and I've just picked out a few projects we've done over the years. So we worked with the UN to create a wheelchair in Ethiopia, and that program's still running, and we collaborate still with that partner. I built a 0.7 kilo frame with the Design Museum, and that was really to pioneer that you can create a performance bicycle using bamboo. And that uses laminate bamboo with a hemp and silk fiber to join the bamboo together, so it creates a really high performance bike. We've had loads of people across the world. Bamboo's got unique vibration dampening, so it's great for touring. And we worked closely with Kate Riles, a best-selling author, and that was a bike completely built using UK bamboo. And she traveled through South America, and you can read her book all about it if you'd like to. We've also grown, so we have sites across Europe, and we have shipped our kits that people can build at home to 36 different countries. So it's great that people have connected with what we do. I work a lot with universities, and this is an example of what you can do if you create a simple blueprint. We can scale up to produce large-scale cargo bikes of any configuration using a standardized, simple technique that we've developed through building bikes. And then a key development I made over COVID is that we developed a prefabricated lug for bamboo, and therefore we could reduce the time to build a bicycle from 70 hours down to around 4 hours. So again, really focusing on that accessibility and someone being able to create their own bicycle. And then recently we have started to work within the PRISM program to introduce people with all different abilities to create their own bikes. So just to roughly say how we do this, so we have a workshop hub that we set up across facilities, whether it's universities or prisons, and that's with bespoke jigs and design elements that we've created. We do staff training so that people can deliver their own programs on site. We have accredited learning, and that is a key way to scale so that people that participate in our programs can look at employment or look at further training. And then we have a digital platform that supports all of our instructors. For me, I'm really interested in creating repeatable processes, modular design. And so when I look at something, I'm a lot more interested in how Bamboo is connected. Bamboo for me is the easy part. We know it's strong, we know it can work in so many applications, but actually working with Bamboo and joining it and creating structures that are repeatable and can be done by anyone is the challenge. And that's what I'm really interested in. I think we all know that bamboo is an incredible material, but until you start to work with it and form shapes, you see its shortfalls and its advantages. And so that's what I'm really interested in, creating mainstream modular processes. And so just to touch a bit more on that prison program, so we have a full certificate. And what I'm really keen to do is develop confidence, people that can build a bike, and when you ride it, that confidence it gives them, it allows them to go on and achieve more, whether that's in education. And I think for future generations, bamboo as an accessible material can allow people to create structures and create things that will give us our future architects, future engineers, and it's a really accessible material that I think is really important, and that's what I think is key. We've also got an exhibition coming up at the National Justice Museum. So one of our programs is that prisoners build their bikes, children bikes, in our prison program. So they will be showcasing some of the bikes they build for their children there, and that's in Nottingham if you'd like to visit next year. We also work a lot with universities. So I'm very much someone that likes to create and build things, but university research gives you a more informed decision on how laminates work, how to protect bamboo in different environments, how bamboo behaves in moisture, and so on. So I've done lots and lots of research projects, whether it's PhD level, down to masters, down to undergraduate. So I've always tried to work on research projects. At the moment, we're currently setting up an innovation hub in South Bank University, and the goal around it will be using bamboo and biocomposites. So I think bamboo lends itself really well to other materials like flax, like hemp, to join it and create structures. And then using a bicycle allows you to test new materials and theories, because bicycle gives you all the kind of testing elements for materials. So we're currently opening up that new facility with the South Bank Green Hub. So we'll be starting a program, I think next month it starts. And then just to touch on some future innovations, we've just done a program with Innovate UK and Manchester University. So we've just been doing some funding for additive manufacturing. So I don't know if any of you have 3D printed before, but a lot of 3D printing, I think, is kind of a good PR spin. Structurally, it's not, if you're using PLAs and plastics and so on, you can't really create structural products. And so I'm very interested in micro manufacturing, so where you could build something in any site using technology. So we're looking at using bamboo as an additive into 3D printing. And then also looking, I think the topic today is engineered bamboo. We're currently on our third stage of an engineered bamboo, and we're looking at kind of doing some back research in how it's produced, which species to use. And what we're really trying to focus on is creating a performance engineered bamboo. In a bicycle, you're really interested in weight, you're interested in performance, and you can't just kind of throw materials into a space. And we've actually got an e-bike that we're producing, and we've had funding for a pilot scheme for a sharing bike scheme in Brighton. So that will launch beginning of next year. So the next bike you get on might be a bamboo bike instead of the line bikes. And then we're expanding our prison program and our innovation hubs to look at more development around that. Hopefully I'm on time.
Thank you.
Thank you ever so much.
Thanks, James. So bamboo really is growing in the UK, and there's the evidence of it. We've heard about a house in Coventry, we've heard about a brownfield parklet and world takeover bid in Stoke, and we've heard about growing in Hampshire, and we've heard about standards, very important for building with anywhere, and now we've heard about the empire of Bamboo Bicycle Club. James, it's so exciting how you're evolving your knowledge and expertise. It's really great to hear. Thank you. In the next, I want to say this now, because just before lunch there's a session called Open Mic, and that is where I want to invite you. So I'm just giving you this as a heads up now. I want to invite you to tell us what you can offer to the other people in the room, or what you want or need from other people in the room. So there's just a chance for you, but very, very briefly, like 30 seconds, to grab the mic and say, I want to talk to someone about this. So just give a little bit of thought that if there's a question you have of these incredible mixture of talents and skills, then that will be the chance to say it out loud, and then it will make it more likely that it happens over lunch. Obviously, what we're doing here in the UK and what we're thinking about today is in the context of things that are happening elsewhere. So we've already heard from Jennifer Snyders in Australia, but we wanted to share some other stories, learning, connections, a little bit nearer than that. And I'm going to begin with two stories about what's happening in Europe. Those of you who have been on this journey with us so far know that there are some really important European initiatives that have helped to shape this conversation in the UK. Hans Friedrich, who introduced us to Bamboo Logic, which is a cooperative bamboo farming initiative in Spain and Portugal, who introduced us to Bamboo Belgium, who are pulping bamboo grown by Bamboo Logic's farmers in order to make bamboo fabrics for clothing, and so on. So what's happening in Europe is really important to us, and we've got two stories from Europe just to help us understand what's happening and how we can connect with it. First of all is someone who's not here in the room but here online, Baptiste Dubois, hi, Baptiste, how are you? Wrong way.
Hi.
Great to see you. Sorry we're running late.
No problem, no problem.
I imagine you're starving for your lunch by now, but thank you very much for joining us. We're very pressed for time, so I'm going to ask you to try to speak for 7 minutes, and or 8, I guess, and forgive me if I intrude if you're running over. I really appreciate that you're here to share some of your story and practice and experience of working with bamboo in Europe, and it's over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So hello everyone, I'm really proud to speak today, to speak to you about my story with bamboo. So I'm Jean-Baptiste, I'm a designer from France, and how it started about bamboo for me. When I was freshly graduated from a business school, I'm lucky because a French NGO sent me in the north of Thailand, in the mountain near the Burmese border, and so I spent 2 years to build a farming school, so in the middle of the mountain, and I was lucky because I was living in the village with the people, Karen people, and these people, the bamboo still today really important in everyday life, like for architecture, craft, like everything in everyday life, tools. They are building it with bamboo, and I was living with them. So during the weekend, during the evening, I had plenty of time. I have no internet, no phone at that time in the mountains, so I have plenty of time to test, to learn about bamboo, how to cut it, how to make splits. So I learned a lot with them. At that point, I didn't expect bamboo will be one day very important in my life. Like, I thought it was interesting, but I came back to France. I worked during 6 years and completely forget about bamboo. And one day I went to the library and I found that book. It's called Architecture Naturelle. I'm not sure it's translated in English. It's about land art, so how you build beautiful things with rocks, with leaves, with like natural products. And one of the projects in this book was a giant canopy in New York, built like I would say like 15 or 20 years ago, in the MoMA museum, on the top of the MoMA. And when I saw it, I really felt in love with that structure. And I start to think again about bamboo. So I watch on internet what you can do with bamboo. I saw in Asia, South America, so many amazing projects. So I say, okay, with bamboo, you can build so many things, not only traditional way I saw in Thailand. I also realized in France, you can grow bamboo in France. So I say, okay, you can find local bamboo to make these things. Okay, that's interesting. And I also realized like 12 years ago, there was not so much people working with bamboo in Europe, and mostly doing custom-made project, like big creative projects with bamboo. So I say, okay, I know not so much about bamboo, but okay, let's try. So that's how I start, like 12 years ago, my company, Atelier Déambulant. And so during 9 years, I focus on building furniture, sculpture, and scenography. And my first idea was not to work with bamboo poles. I said, okay, bamboo poles are, when you build with bamboo poles, it's always look like Asian or tropical design. And also bamboo poles in Europe, you have a lot of crack. Also to work with bamboo poles, it's quite difficult to work with bamboo poles, how to fix it. Everything is difficult. So I choose to work only with bamboo splits, with the French local bamboo. So bamboo splits allow me to make more organic design and tropical design, like a modern design. So that was my first idea. And so then I study more than 800 projects, and I realized 200 projects in France, Europe, and all over the world. So you can see some of my projects. So outdoor projects, indoor projects, all the 200 project was custom made. First, my job was how to find bamboo enough in France. Then how to make bamboo splits, like beautiful bamboo splits. When you do things like that, you need to process beautiful bamboo splits. So I learned how to make it. And then how to make like 3D model of this project. How to make fireproof treatment for indoor, and outdoor treatment for outdoor. And also many things, how to fix bamboo splits together quickly, not in traditional way. So I use bolt and many modern way to fix material together. And one thing interesting about my work is that I don't work the traditional bamboo craft way. If you ask a Japanese or Balinese to build, he will build it 100% with bamboo, like the chair, everything will be in bamboo. But for me, I choose to work only with, also with wood, with metallic structure, steel. So you can work faster, and your design is more modern than making everything with bamboo. For example, this project, you have a giant steel string between the trees. So I can build a big canopy on this metallic string. For example, this project, we make a metallic connection between bamboo. And my client was mostly architect, designer, scenographer, landscaper, and for public place mostly. So you can see some of my projects. Now, like unfortunately, after the COVID crisis, my company Atelier Déambulant have a financial problem. So 2 years ago, the company have to close, and I choose to continue my journey with bamboo. So now I work on my own name, Jean-Baptiste Dubois. I have a design studio, so I still design the same kind of project for the same client, like architect, designer. And I was lucky because when the company closed, Atelier d'Ambulon, I have some partner who bought the brand. So the brand Atelier d'Ambulon, another guy, he bought it. He also bought the machine to make bamboo splits, so we can still make bamboo split in France. And my oldest employee, they set up their own company, their own workshop. So now I don't have workshop anymore. I don't build project anymore, but I design, I find customer, I find project, I design it. And then my oldest employee, they build it. So, and I also make training, like I make workshop for schools. I make training for craftsmen. So that's my job today. And I still have a beautiful project. Like for example, last year I worked with a Dior company. They contact me to make this beautiful dress with bamboo. So my job was to find the good craftsman to build it. So I found a girl in France called Laure Julien. You have to watch her job; it's amazing. Laure Julien, she studied in Japan how to make Japanese way of working with bamboo, and so she worked. I put her in contact with Dior, so she did this beautiful dress for Dior. And I also work for L'Oréal and for like a big building in the south of France with 1,000 square meters of bamboo. So that's my job today. So my job today, if someone in France or all over the world, they have a specific project with bamboo, I can find the right bamboo all over and the right bamboo craftsman all over the world. So I can find solution for them. So I hope the 8 minutes are not passed. It was short for me to speak about my life with bamboo, but thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you will have a nice UK Bamboo Summit. And if you want to have some more information, you just write Atelier d'Ambulon or Jean-Baptiste Dubois on internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jean-Baptiste, thank you so much. It feels almost criminal to ask you to tell us about your amazing work in just 8 minutes. We would have loved it if you were able to join us in the room, and hopefully next time, or perhaps with partners in the room, doing my own advice, a pitch for how can we work together to invite Jean-Baptiste to come and do a workshop or masterclass in the UK. That would be really great. Thank you so much. We'll say goodbye for now, but really look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you, Jean-Baptiste.
Thank you very much.
So next, I'm really happy to introduce you to Iraklis Kalamenios, who is the convener of the European Bamboo Expo. Here you go. You get your own microphone, look, it's here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Iraklis Kalamenios. If that sounds Greek to you, it's because I am Greek. From where do I start? Well, I'm the organizer of the European Bamboo Expo. I'm organizing events since 2002. I started that in Greece. And I'm actually a musician. I play the bamboo flute. And that's my story, how I connect to bamboo. While being a musician, I started organizing my own events. And later on, I started organizing events for others as well. We organized with We Productions, it's called the company. We organized music festivals in Greece. We organized gastronomy festivals, also touristic events. Then I moved at some point to the United States. I could tell also a story about bamboo in the United States because I was living between United States and Colombia. And in Colombia is bamboo also a very big thing and a big, very popular. So the story about the European Bamboo Expo and how we started organizing that event started actually from Greece, because we're a bunch of friends in Greece that were amazed about the bamboo plant, and we figured out little by little that bamboo is growing very good also in Greece. That was about 2014 when I moved from the States back to Europe. And then we figured out that bamboo is growing well. And we started researching how is bamboo doing in the rest of Europe. And we figured out that in Italy there are hundreds of hectares of bamboo. In France there are also a lot of bamboo plantations. And little by little, we figured out also Portugal and Spain, and we said, well, what they can do in those countries, we can do that in Greece as well. So by started researching what's going on in Europe, we figured out that there are not many bamboo events. So we said, okay, that's an opportunity. Let's do the European Bamboo Expo. I'm living currently in Germany, back and forth with, to Greece. And then we wanted actually to organize 2020. It was everything ready to organize the first expo, but then COVID came. Everybody knows the story. We had to wait a few years. So 2023 was the first expo. That's in Dortmund, and that's a picture after the expo from all the participants, from the speakers and exhibitors. That's a picture of 2024, and that's the latest picture of 2025. Gemma and Orit visited the expo. Gemma, I think, twice already, Orit this year. And it seems that's going to be a great collaboration between of us. So I'm going to stick a little bit to the, no, that comes later, about the European Bamboo Expo. You can figure out more on the on our webpage. If you scroll over past events, you can click on the events, and there you can see a digital magazine that we have. We have some of the magazines also in the printed version here on the table. But if you scroll over it, you can find the resume of every year's event. You can download also all the presentations. There are about 20-25 presentations from each event that you can download and check it out. And also about the next Bamboo Expo in 2026. So the role of the European Bamboo Expo in developing bamboo in Europe is connecting Europe's bamboo community, bringing together producers, researchers, designers, investors, and policymakers, raising awareness, showing bamboo potential as a sustainable material for many sectors, including construction, textiles, paper and packaging, gastronomy, agriculture, and carbon sequestration. Promoting innovation and trade supports new products, technologies, and market opportunities. Strengthening European collaboration encourages partnerships for circular and climate-positive economies. The future development of the European Bamboo Expo. In the first 3 years, we discovered a strong global interest in the European Bamboo Expo. What makes sense? What began as a European initiative is now evolving into an international platform connecting all continents with participants from Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This global role makes sense as Europe, along with the USA, remains a leading region for both importing and exporting bamboo products. We aim with the European Bamboo Expo to burst the bamboo bubble. By this, we mean that we want to go beyond the usual circle of bamboo enthusiasts. Of course, they remain the foundation for our events, but we also aim to reach new industries such as textile and fibers, agriculture and construction sectors that are often not yet aware of how much bamboo can contribute to their development. That is why we use the phrase opening up as our motto and message on the website. Especially now as bamboo plantations are becoming more interesting across Europe, particularly in southern and increasingly in Central Europe, we see a bright future ahead. Of course, we are still far from reducing imports as the sector is still in its early stage, but the progress is very promising. The European Bamboo Expo in numbers. So far, the European Expo has around 25 exhibitors and 25 speakers each year. Some exhibitors return every year, while others are new. Over the first 3 years, we have welcomed around 50 different exhibitors and about 60 speakers in total. The speakers lineup changes regularly to keep the program fresh and diverse, including representatives from universities, research projects, social initiatives from the Global South, and various industry experts. Here we can see the first year we didn't have much support, and we had a few companies supporting us. But the second year, we had the city of Dortmund supporting us as a sponsor. More companies came in, as you can see, and even more in 2025. So 2026, we know already that's going to be even more. And we hope to see you also in Dortmund, Germany, for an exciting event and figure out more collaboration and how we can push the bamboo thematic forward in Europe. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Heraclius. I wish that there were a bit more time to ask you more about what you think we should be doing, but as we don't have time, I just want to draw everyone's attention to the fact that the model that Heraclius and his colleagues have developed in Europe is a slightly different model to this. There are sponsors who contribute funding to enable the event to happen, as well as to have a platform for exhibiting and speaking. And I guess that's the direction that we... Not necessarily that we will do that, use the same model in the UK, but how are we going to move forwards towards a funded framework with enough resources to make happen the things that we agree by the end of this afternoon? So that's just something to plant with you. Listen, we've got just a couple of stories now from sub-Saharan Africa, because bamboo is growing there too. We wanted to include those stories here because I think that there are things that we can learn from what's happening in those parts of the world. Sundar, I wonder if I can introduce you. Sundar Bharadwaj from Terragrn. You've done brilliant presentations. You've blown us all away in the past, and so this is an invitation to say, tell us what's new.
Thank you. No pressure, really, I think. I've got 6 minutes, 7 minutes? Yeah, okay. So firstly, before we start, huge congratulations to Gemma, Orit, and the people who have organized this event. It's been fabulous so far, and we look forward to the rest of it. I'm Sundar Bharadwaj. I'm one of the founders and CEO of Terragrn, which is a UK venture focused on nature restoration. We're doing a project in South Africa, a very ambitious project, where we're looking at restoring highly degraded soils that are very close to the mines in Mpumalanga, the coal mining heartland of South Africa. And we're doing this by leasing community lands, working with local communities, especially women and youth, giving them the skills for chemical-free natural farming methods. And we use bamboo and a whole host of other plant species to create a very scientifically oriented multi-crop agroforest grid. So we can restore soils, the landscape, and create commercial agroforests that not only creates social good, ecological good, as well as economic good. So that's the background to what Terragrn is doing. We're into our 3rd year in the project in South Africa. And what we wanted to share today was a 12-month update. We've been here in previous forums, and I just want to share with you all where have we got to in the last 12 months. So firstly, this started as a research and experimentation in the first year, because we didn't know whether our bamboo and the plant species of indigenous and fruit trees that we are planting are really going to make a difference to the soils there. They've been highly degraded due to the mining activities. And the good news is quite a lot of our bamboo has survived. Not all of them, but quite a lot of them. And they're growing very well, and now most of the bamboo are over 12, 13 foot tall. And at the end of this summer period, they would double up in size. And after that, it's going to get to about 20 meters tall. So we're into year 4, so we're excited about this. What we've also done is, in order to demonstrate the ecological impact, we've built our own technology to measure the progress with soil health, with the bamboo growth, as well as understanding the water consumption. What we've also done is, we have communicated to local stakeholders on the progress of this project. We engage communities quite deeply, because this is a community-oriented agroforestry project. But we've now taken it to another step. We've extended the outreach to local schools in order to engage young minds in natural farming, regenerative work, and to tell them about the benefits of how you could combine food crop growth as well as bamboo growth towards ecological restoration. So what could be sustenance farming for most community people could also become entrepreneurial opportunities. And finally, we have started to also sell some of the food crops that we are growing with exactly the same approach that we do with bamboo. And we are now in the local markets in South Africa where we're able to grow and deliver those food crops within food supply chains. So these are organically grown. We don't call it organic because it's just chemical free, but it's sustainable and it's very healthy, nutritious growth. So overall, a very good story. Now I'm going to share a short video about what's actually happening on the farm. It's a 50-hectare farm with about 47 people from the local community working with us. As you can see, we can keep talking for hours and hours. We're so excited about what we do in South Africa. The technology that we have implemented, I wanted to share a quick view of what it is. So we've digitized every plant that we are growing there by applying a QR code to every plant so that we can measure the progress of the growth of these plants. We have equipped this technology in the hands of our community workforce. Most of them are school educated or probably dropped out of school at the age of 10 or 12. But everyone's got a phone. So we've put an app in their hands and we asked them to take the visual images, pictures, videos, and measure the girth and the height of the plants. And we are capturing this information and it's available online on the internet for us to gauge, measure, and it gives us a track record of how our plants are growing. Now, by digitizing it, we're able to then upload it back into the UK, into our Microsoft Azure platform, and we can start to tell a story about how things are progressing. And we can take action when things aren't working very well. So this just gives you a sense of what we do. We are tracking biodiversity development on the site, soils, microorganisms coming back in. We can track pests, we can track rodents, we can track all kinds of activity happening on the site. They're all good, actually. Dead soil is bad for everything. When we see life come back into the soils, it's amazing. So this is just to give you a sense of the tech that we have built, everything homegrown, cheap and cheerful, but allows us to understand how our site is progressing. Finally, our thinking is we would love to share our stories with you all. I mean, there's a lot, we've got a few of our colleagues here from the UK, but our thinking is very simple. There's a lot of experience. We've planted over 20,000 bamboo plants over the last 3 years. We're going to plant another 100,000, 200,000. Now, there is a lot of lessons to be learned about how bamboo grows in different soils, different soil textures, different water consumption needs, biodiversity requirements. We started to map all of that. We've created our own assets to understand that if we were to be going into a new site, what would we need to do? How do we learn from those lessons and not commit the same mistakes we did in the first time? We also have a tech that we can share with people. We can let you use it so that it might then give new learnings coming out of the process. So it allows us to adapt what we've got and to take it to another level. That's pretty much what I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Your story really gives us brilliant inspiration in terms of our ambition to grow bamboo at scale in the UK. It's so good to hear stories of how it's happening, and your VR monitoring phone-based app thing just sounds like an incredible innovation. So I did a deal with myself, right? And my deal was, if I am to tell the story of a lovely project in Zambia, then if we're running over, then tough, I won't be able to do it. And I'll cut myself from it. And I said that to Gemma, and she said, no, you have to tell it. So I'm going to make it really, really short. And mainly I'm going to show you videos of lovely people doing lovely things. I wonder if you could just play the first little video clip. Bit louder. Thank you. Ichinchatu means this is ours, or this is us, or something like that, in Nyanja, which is the local language in Lusaka, Zambia. Since we last met, I have been privileged to collaborate in an Imagine Bamboo style project there in Lusaka. The Artist as Activist project was a collaboration between No Fit State Circus in Wales in the UK, Circus Zambia, who are a grassroots circus project in the city of Lusaka, and Zukani Action Zambia, which is a social enterprise plastic waste collecting project in one of the most poorest areas of the city called Garden Compound. The project invited local artists and performers and staff at Zukani and Circus Zambia and partners and the public to explore some questions, and these will be really familiar to you by now. What can we create with Zambian-grown bamboo and plastic waste? How can this work help to transform the environment in Garden Compound, in which plastic waste is a massive problem? And how can we ensure the legacy of the project? Obviously, there's a slide that has slightly different words in it, but you get the picture. I'm just going to quickly show you some photos from a 4-month creative development process. Let's just go through them. Just keep rolling. Oh, I've got a clicker, I forgot. That's good, you're clicking quicker than I would. So you can see that people were experimenting with musical instruments, with furniture, with performance. This is all bamboo that just grows around the corner and nobody really bothers with it that much. All the partners and participants were like, what? Bamboo? What? But this was grown really just outside Lusaka or just inside. It's just not a material that is really very much used there. So it was a huge surprise to everybody involved that it was good for stuff. And if you want this whole creative development process, I would use slightly different words to describe it, but it's a process of rapid prototyping. Those people want to develop this stuff so they can build businesses out of it and sell it and earn some money to be able to feed their families. So it had a different imperative there. And the project really helped those local collaborators to build partnerships that would support both the project and its legacy. So the collaborations with groups locally, the offer and invitation to local people was extended. The local sort of area councillor was desperate to be associated with a project that was visibly helping to clean up the environment. So that provided really important kudos to the partners and the project and the process, and shone a light on what they were already doing, brilliant work. Agricultural business Tombwe, I'm not supposed to say this, but I'm going to tell you, it's a tobacco growing company, a tobacco farming company with an epic number of farmers, 12,000 farmers across Zambia, and they're growing bamboo at scale. They're about 8 years in to use as biochar instead of wood for smoking the tobacco, you know, I mean not smoking it, but smoking it. They gave 500 baby plants to the local community and offered to support the care of those plants for the first year. And the regional government's head of culture was so excited by the way in which the project demonstrated the role that arts and culture can play in economic and social development that she made her own costume out of plastic waste and wore it and co-hosted at the event. I want to show you just a little clip from the event now. Bit louder.
Contributes to the growth of the economy. Inequality!
This is part of a 12-minute film which I really invite you to watch. It's on YouTube, on No Fit States' YouTube channel. Listen, to cut it short, what I learned from this is what a kind of reminder, and the surprise was, wow, an invitation for people to experiment together, to have a go, to see what they can do, led and facilitated by artists and creatives who can celebrate the work that's been made in public space and invite other people to come and be part of it. That is powerful. It was as powerful, if not more powerful, in Zambia than it has been here in the UK. So that is, in a way, what has characterized Imagine Bamboo, our invitation through Brilliant Bamboo to you to all be here today. It's like, just do it. Just get on and do it, and invite other people to do it, and then show everyone what you did, and invite everyone to a brilliant party, and fill it with music and dancing and celebration. And that's how energy gets transferred and continues to make things happen. So I think that's what I learned from that project, and thank you for having the opportunity to share it with you. The next thing that's going to happen is what I said, right? We've got 5 minutes until we stop for lunch, and this is your chance to say what you want from the other people in this room if there's a conversation that you want to have. So if we could tool up with microphones. First of all, I'm just going to ask Michael, who's joined us all the way from Ghana, so it's a very good segue. You're next. You're welcome to come and stand up here, but you can also speak from wherever you are. Wave at me and we'll find you.
Right.
60 seconds.
Thank you very much. And then just to congratulate the organizers for this program. And I'm from International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, representing the West Africa region based in Accra, Ghana. I just want to encourage you and support you that IMBA is going to be part and parcel of your journey to promote bamboo in the UK and probably in Europe. Last year I was in Germany with Orit, and then here we are here in the UK today. We're looking forward to partnering you in the coming years to ensure that bamboo get the needed publicity and awareness to ensure that we bring everybody on board. So if you are here, see yourself as a bamboo ambassador. Don't go just empty. Make sure that you bring 2-3 more people to join in the bamboo publicity and bamboo information. So wish you all the best, and we look forward to seeing you another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay. Hi, my name's Emma Lilly, and I'm a research intern looking at the possibilities of worm compost and how we expand that practice across the UK amongst our farmers. But in order to develop my compost, I'm really interested in what I can do with bamboo. And I have been making biochar out of bamboo and adding it to my worm compost because the porosity in the bamboo is exceptional and it acts as a microbial hotel. And one of the things that's happening with our guts is that we have devastated our guts, and we need to increase the numbers of microbes in the soil in order to increase the health of our plants and thus our guts. So if anybody is growing bamboo in the UK, I want to know, and I'd love to work with you, and I want to encourage farmer-led trials using that bamboo. Okay, thank you. Come and see me.
Thank you. Will, you're next. You're welcome to come over here and speak if you want.
Yeah.
Come on the stage.
Is that me? Can you hear me? Hi, I'm Will. I'm from a civil and structural engineering background, and I've got 2 quite cool contacts that I'd like to share with people. One's in Indonesia. She's a really cool lady called Natalie. She runs sort of construction projects you can go and get involved in, and she can facilitate your own projects as well. So if you have an idea here that you want to give a go, she can bring together a community of local guys that are just like wizards with this material, and she can help you facilitate your project. And another thing, in Ecuador, I did a workaway with a really amazing lady who lives in a big, sort of massive 5-story bamboo house, like a wedding cake, and it's 25 years old, and it needs constant maintenance and repair, and she really looks after you. And yeah, it's a really amazing, immersive experience into what it takes to look after this material. So yeah, I can share them both with you at lunch if you want.
Thank you. Thanks, Will. That's a great offer. Is there anyone else mic'd up already? Yes, no? Neil.
I asked you about the UK Society of Bamboo. We saw Jennifer Snyders from the Bamboo Society of Australia. This guy here has just spoken a moment ago. I mean, we need a place to be able to go, to communicate. And can we not kind of expand the UK Bamboo Society so that we can all kind of have somewhere to go and place questions and get answers? Can we do that?
Helen is here with her hand up. Are you ready to respond, Helen?
Hi, I'm Helen Chen. I'm the president of the UK Bamboo Society, and obviously we've been looking at bamboo primarily from the point of view of horticulture. I work with Mike Bell, who has the national collection, and I'm shortly moving down to Cornwall and extending the national collection. So I'm sort of thinking, inspired by today, we need to sort of be showcasing some of the species that would be of interest commercially, because from the horticultural point of view, we tend to be more interested in the clump-forming varieties. But for a lot of the purposes that we're talking about here today, we want to be looking at timber bamboo. So hopefully that's something we're going to be able to have going forward, a place that people can come and sort of see these. There is already an awful lot in the national collection that Mike Bell maintains in Cornwall to see, and we want to sort of keep working on that. If you're interested in growing bamboo, it is free to join the UK Bamboo Society. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Thank you, everybody. So, another one. Yep. Introduce yourself.
My name's Zafar Khalid, and I'm an architect student from Staff's Uni just around the corner. And I just wanted to see if anyone could discuss about, like using social media to actually show how bamboo could be used. Like at the beginning of this talk, we're talking about how this is quite informal as well. And I feel like that a lot of the processes here today are actually quite formal. So maybe an informal approach might be more useful to show the public the ways of bamboo.
Yeah, good plan. Thank you. Thanks for putting yourself forward for that mission. Sarah.
I'll just be really quick, but basically I'm quite interested in the long term. Could we build a bamboo pavilion in Stroud on my land? So there you go. I'll just chuck that out there.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Is that someone at the back? Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me? Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Jan Barbaligo. I'm an architect and I'm a bamboo designer. I've built lots of structures around the world. I'm also a lecturer at the University of Westminster, where I teach environmental studies and technologies with bamboo. So it's really exciting to share bamboo with the next generation. But I'm also here because I am developing with some partners in Indonesia a bamboo factory made from boards, laminated boards with a Dendrocalamus asper. So that's quite exciting, and we're looking to bring it over here in the UK and in Europe as well. So yeah, ready for any conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm going to, one more. Luke.
Hello.
You're the last one.
Good morning. I'm Luke Boerhaave from the American Bamboo Society and Belgian Bamboo Society. I have two questions for you. Is anyone making bamboo tea, or is anyone making bamboo beer here? No? Beer. Bamboo beer or bamboo tea?
Bamboo beer.
Something very simple to do with bamboo.
Behind you.
And enjoyable.
Yeah, James is on it.
Okay, thank you. Tea.
James is making beer with bamboo. Just, there we go. That was worth asking. Listen, we're going to...
Can I say something?
Oh, all right.
I'm not saying it for me. I'm saying it for the University of Staffordshire students. They've built this beautiful structure, the light well here, and then there's one outside which has got, at lunchtime, if you're not coming to the Brownfield Parklet, if you would love to come up and interact, it's an interactive sculpture that they've made. There is something for you to do and to hang on that structure outside. So please be invited, everybody in that room, to do that too, please.
Thank you. I'm going to do some organising now. First of all, the organising of the afternoon. We have got 3 designated working groups. One is about the development of the prototype bamboo house. And this is not them telling you more about the thing that they told you earlier on. This is about what can you do, what can you learn, how can you join in with this initiative. Working Group 2 is about bamboo growing research. We've heard now from several speakers about the need for us to grow more, grow at scale, research the growing and understand more about it so we can make the case for bamboo growing. What needs to happen to enable that? That's what that conversation is about. Number 3 is about engaging people in understanding and imagining the possibilities of bamboo. So that might include education, let's say, education, students, education of the public, making stuff happen. So those are the 3 themes that we've prioritized. But if someone else wants to propose a 4th theme, the thing that you want to work on today, that you want to convene a conversation around, please see me. I'm going to stand here for 5 more minutes and we can discuss it, make a plan for it, and we'll announce it after lunch. So that is this afternoon. We'll meet back here at 2:15, just right here where you are now, more or less, but perhaps you can change seats. Meanwhile, now it is lunchtime, and some of you have signed up to go on a visit to the brilliant bamboo Brownfield Parklet, which is approximately 8 minutes walk from here. Are you going to tell people what they need to know about that? Where do they meet if they haven't signed up?
If you can eat first, take your plate and maybe we start walking with your lovely plate. But if you don't want to do that, we eat first, and in 15 minutes time we will congregate on the top outside the goods yard, the terracotta building. We will meet there in, give me a countdown.
You said 15 minutes. You said 50 minutes. So 1:35, meet outside to go and visit the Brownfield Parklet, which is beautiful, may I say. Thank you very much, everybody. And lunch is up there on the mezzanine. So, for those of you who read the sign that said, be back at 2:15, you are top of the class. The other people are not yet back from their brownfield park, but they're on their way. They'll be here in 5 minutes, so that's it. If you're already here looking like something's happening, they'll run in. Actually, Neil, you're going to be next, aren't you? I promise you they're on their way, and as soon as they get here, we'll start. Lovely people, we need to crack on. We've got something very, very important to share with you, and we don't want to do it to only the 5 people who got here at 2:15. Although we think they deserve it, frankly. But the rest of you were led astray. I mean, led gloriously astray. While you're just arriving back to your seats, you'll find on your seat a little tiny questionnaire about bamboo businesses and how we get them involved. This is from Dana, who's helping us engage with you and conversations and get as much out of today as possible. So in this quiet moment, if you could fill that in and either leave it on your seat or give it back to Dana, who's near the coffee station, that would be very helpful. If there are people doing chivying and ushing, can you do it more, please? Yeah, that's right. Any business. Wait, yeah, it will be you. So please join us in the vicinity of the stage. We are going to separate quite soon, but there's an important announcement that Neil Thomas wishes to make. No. Do you know what? I was holding a microphone. Listen, I think we're going to start. Thank you very much. I hope you had a great outing to the brilliant bamboo brownfield parklet. I love it. It's a brilliant exemplar. What's going to happen now is Neil, Chris, Colin and Sabine are going to make a small announcement, and then I am going to organise us into the work of the afternoon. Over to you, Neil.
Thank you. So I talked this morning about the housing system that we are working on, formed a company, Casa Cuna, to build in Nicaragua. And when they built those houses, the people who turned up for the meetings to discuss the design of the houses and layout were the mums. And the women, when they built them, it was the mothers who turned up to build them as well. So this is the housing system. This is the version that we've since developed for Mexico, and it looks like this, basically. It's a modular housing system. And every module, which is these individual panels, are designed to be less than 16 kilograms, because the United Nations specifies that the maximum weight liftable by any woman is 16 kilograms. That is the basis of how we've designed the house. And beyond that, it is a modular system using connectors that we've been working on. And James, in his talk about bamboo bicycles, showed a series of connectors. We have in parallel, not with him, but we're discussing the idea of kind of potentially talking about what we're doing, each of us. We've been developing a set of connectors, and we formed, as well as Casa Cuna, the housing group, we formed a company called the Node Company, and which is to design and develop and build, make connections, and currently it's just for bamboo. And our first employee, Ruth Dewar, she's here. She's a business development manager. She started on the 1st of October. And Neil sat next to her, Brabazon, we're discussing with him joining as a partner in the business at the moment. So we call this Cuna Rural, because this is for the Mexican, in places where houses are unaffordable. But we used in it, not only the modularity, but we used a whole series of devices, environmental devices, which are passive devices, to improve the conditions in the houses. So these are kind of innovations on a whole variety of different levels that we're looking at. But the guys that we're working with have been discussing with Habitat for Housing the fact that they wanted to build an urban version of it. This is the urban version. So it's the same principle, same framing system, same connector systems, all very, very... We don't use the word sustainable, actually. We use the phrase environmentally beneficial, which came from Chris Martin in Coldplay, when we were working with Coldplay. He said they would never tour again unless it was environmentally beneficial. Sustainable is so diluted as a phrase, it doesn't mean anything. Environmentally beneficial is clear. It's better. It's not a better carbon out. It's an improvement beyond that. You're actually obviously benefiting the environment when you're doing these things. This is the urban version of it for Mexico, and it kind of looks like that. But what we are able to talk about here, what I want to say right now is Colin from the council, who the council that have innovated in the past, built the steel house post-war, and Sabine putting up the land. Chris here from Atelier 1 has been doing a lot of the work, the groundwork in getting all this stuff in place. We have looked at a version of this housing system. This is the Kuna Urban in its context. And we have a small film. And what that film shows is the house in the urban context in Brazil, in Mexico here. And as you move through into the living room, you can see the exposed bamboo. And then from here on in, it begins to change. This version is the version for Coventry. So, and we've been in discussion and have a meeting next week with Urban Splash, the developer, who has agreed that they are interested in the idea of funding the prototype. Which means not only do we have the spirit and the will to do this thing, we have the money to do it. All of those things that need to be overcome, all of the regulations, they are now made possible because the potential for this developer, who are known for regenerative projects in and around the northeast and northwest of the UK, are interested in the idea of funding the whole thing. And that's what I wanted to say. So we move out from here, not only with the possibility, but with the reality, which means we've taken another step. And I thought it was worth that we just presented that step. For all the hard work that's been done, we're now in the position potentially to move forward. So, yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Neil. That was a good announcement. So, listen, early on I said we're going to be ambitious and think big. And there really isn't any point in doing anything else, is there? There is a demonstration of an impulse, an idea from last year, because Dan the poet said he didn't have anywhere to live and could we build one for him, a house, and so here we are. And thank you, that looks like it will happen in the next year. So hopefully this time next year or the year after, you'll be here saying, oh, we did it, here it is, and now we're going to, Citizen Housing are going to build a whole load of them. So we're here now to come up with the what next in 3 different areas. I did give you an option of a 4th, but nobody came forwards to see me at lunchtime. So these are the 3 working group themes. One is a continuation of what we've just heard about. It's making this real, the prototype bamboo house project. And Chris, Colin and Sabine want you to join them to help them plan this project in more detail, think about what you can bring to it, and ask any questions that you might have about it. So that is working group 1, and they are going to be over there, like from where you're sitting, it's to your right-hand side in the area between the arches. So that's working group 1. Working group 2, you're all looking at the screen behind me, so I'm hoping it's written there, is about bamboo growing research. What needs to happen to enable bamboo growing at scale for research and testing? And that's going to be facilitated by Laura Rhodes and Kavita Purohit. Sorry, I haven't said your name right, Kavita, I'm really sorry. And that is going to be at the on the other side of the room, basically, over there, behind all the seats and over some more. the other side of the coffee station. And then working group 3, which Gemma and I are going to host, is about engaging people in understanding and imagining the possibilities of bamboo. In terms of education, communication, demonstrator projects, quick and dirty, make it happen, let's build a bamboo arch and have a cloud swinger on it and see what happens, like, or within an educational framework. So anybody who's interested in that, arts, education, engagement, communication, social media person who said, why aren't we doing it on socials? Thank you very much. Maybe you could come to that. What we're looking for is a set of actions, a set of what next, what's needed and what's next. And we're going to ask you to come back to this plenary session with some of those. So just in terms of timing, my watch doesn't tell the time very well, but it looks nice. It is 20 to 3, so we've got 45 to 50 minutes, and then depending on whether your group decide to have a coffee break or keep working, we will meet back here at 3:45. So 3:45 we're back here, but the lovely Sally will come round and give you time checks so you know what's going on. And Sally, if you could give people the option of the tea break, or do it whichever way you like, but at 3:45 we're going to be saying, so what are we doing then? And that's the idea. Is it clear? I should have said working group 3 is over there. Gemma? Yes, thank you. So within each group, hopefully your facilitators are thinking about this already, somebody needs to report back to this group. And we don't really want to report in the nicest possible way. We don't want to report back on every single thing that you've talked about. What we want is the headline action or call to action. Facilitators, it's also your challenge to find a way of keeping notes or annotating the key points of the discussion so that we can collect them from you. If you need, there's paper on the tables and pens, but if you need post-it notes or anything else, please see one of the team organising today. Does everybody know where they want to be in the next 45 minutes? House, growing, engaging. You probably need to take your chair with you as well. That's it. So this is the activity. Pick up a chair and go to where you're going, and see you later.
Hello, everybody. We know that you're having a lovely time. I was going to say bloody lovely, but, well, I have already. So can you please bring your chairs, bring them back so you can see the front, like you were this morning. We know that the pillars are a obstacle. So sit in a place where you can see a screen and some other people at the front. Come on. Move it, move it, move it. Kavita, can you bring your group back, please? I'm now shaming. Come on, Chris Matthews, get your people to bring their chairs back. Jolene, can you get working group education to come back, please? Engagement. If you want to go home, we're not letting you out until you've until we've decided you've finished. So if you do want to go home and have a weekend. Come on back, come on back, come on back. Come on. I can see you having in-depth conversations. Oh. Dan's been waiting so long, he's started to mop the floor. Okay. Although I'm telling you to come back, I have Sarah now saying if you would like your final coffee or tea, do that now. Final teas and coffees, now. Sit back with your chair. Sally's taking matters to her own hands. She's probably strong enough to bring the chairs and you. Working group 1, you're going to do your report back first. Do you have your final drink? Get it in your hand. Last orders at the coffee and tea urn. Last orders on the coffee and tea. And I would like you to all be back so we can be back to time. Who knew? Can everybody get your bottoms on your seats that you've moved back? And reminder, this is the last call on the tea and coffee urn.
So this session is called Working Groups Report Back. I'm amused by how far back you have put yourself. Is that because you're going, not me, I'm not doing the reporting back? Please come a little bit closer. We're probably a smaller group, so I feel like it would be nice to be a little bit nearer. The lovely Richard is doing interviews upstairs. So that's where I went, and I've sent Gemma now. So one of the briefs for the workshop facilitators was to nominate somebody to come and report back. And we asked you to report back on the actions or call to actions. Group 1, you are the prototype bamboo house development group. Have you nominated someone to do that work? Excellent, well done. Hello. Thank you. Yes. I'm going to give you a different, I like having a microphone.
Okay. Are we working? Good. So we were the housing work group, Group 1. We comprised of a number of industry professionals, development, as well as the bikes, or the bamboo bikes, sorry. And we also had quite a number of students actually involved in our group. So we were quite broad in terms of people that were involved in there. I won't go through every single word that we went through because I can't remember it all. But we do have some crucial points that we kind of looked at that seem to be quite prevalent. One of the first ones was the cost of the building. Not necessarily just the cost of the building itself, but the importations and all of those kind of elements. And although there were some considerations and acknowledgements there on a broader scale, or on a bigger scale, some of those costs would definitely be reduced from just doing a single individual house. That's definitely something that needs to be brought down, essentially. It needs to be much more affordable, or it needs to be equivalent to current housing standard costs to be feasible across the board. We were looking at quality control, especially when we're viewing the engineered bamboo. That has to be improved, and although it is improving slowly, it definitely has quite a lot further to go, and hopefully there'll be more than one individual place that will do that and kind of further it. Fire is one of our biggest issues that needs to kind of be discussed and understood, and kind of isolate how it fits within the regulations. And supply and demand, really. There's quite a lot of suppliers, and if we can create larger supply pools, we're not at risk, for example, of the Russian-Ukraine war, where some resources have become a lot scarcer or a lot more expensive as a result of it. If we spread out the supplies, then we are able to basically reduce the risk of impact of the supply chain. I've got another one here, which I can't see, however. Education, there we go. There's a lot more work that needs to be done in terms of education, not necessarily just for the people potentially buying the houses, who definitely need to know a little bit more, but places or individuals such as the insurers, and another number of areas there. So a lot more education and understanding of the uses of bamboo. You know, what are the benefits of it? You know, why have bamboo? Why choose bamboo over another resource? And then the very last one was a more ecological look, which is if we, rather than necessarily go so far and bring in bamboo and import it, if we actually grow more ourselves here and use it, it can be used to improve the ecological surroundings of the UK, which is pretty low. I think, if I remember right, we're in the bottom 10 of biodiversity across all the countries in the world. And a lot of the damage that's being done, for example, by species like deer, can be maybe mitigated a bit by bamboo. When bamboo's established, deer don't eat it, and so they could be used as a barrier and hopefully reclaim and prevent some of the damage that's been done, increase biodiversity, bring back a lot more species to the country that have kind of already gone extinct or been pushed away. So there's quite a few areas really that we covered, and that's mainly it. If there's any questions, I probably can't answer them, but I'll open up. No?
Oh, thank you. That was a brilliant report back. Thank you very much, and well done. I think there should always be applauding. You just can't have enough of it. Some of my colleagues disagree, but I'm a big fan. Thank you very much. How about working group 2, which was about bamboo growing research? Who's going to tell us what happened in your group and what your actions are? Fran, is it you? Brilliant.
Well, actually, we had a subgroup. There was another one with us. Is that... are you joining me? Marvellous, thank you. I won't feel so alone. Shall I start?
No, you start.
Okay, so we had, it very clearly came apart that we divided up into 2 groups. Now, on my side of the table, we talked very much straight away about how to make a network of people, or get a network of people together to identify what bamboos we have in the UK, what bamboos are already in this country, how can we harvest the resource of that, and how can we make sure that those bamboos are for sale for people. Now, whether that is small scale or community or larger scale production scale of to supply then eventually the building industry and so forth. So that was one sort of strand of thinking. Really, I think looking for a hub of where we can concentrate the kind of the focus to is we very quickly came to the conclusion that actually the Bamboo Society already exists, albeit it being rather small at the moment and sort of in the background maybe, but thanks to Helen here, who seems to be the driver on this one, I think we trying to garner the enthusiasm of today and really make this happen, that we can have somewhere a central point of contact for things like how to identify bamboo, what bamboo have I got, is it invasive, is it not invasive, that kind of stuff. It's not my phone.
Is that your phone, Fran?
I think you were also talking about it being turning into a kind of citizen science type project, the kind of thing that has been happening on the River Wye and has been so successful. And the other thing, major thing that we talked about was creating a kind of roadshow come workshop which we could take along, say, to Groundswell or to the Oxford Real Food and Farming Conference, that could demystify concerns around how you grow bamboo and could inspire potential farmers. There's a whole host of people who are getting into growing now, who've come from different backgrounds, and they are coming without prejudice in how we tackle climate change. And there's a big movement around that, and we can harness that. And particularly around the whole business around sequestering carbon. That's obviously a big deal. I'm not interested personally in the whole financial economic structure around carbon credits. I think it's potentially just an excuse to encourage polluters to carry on. But there will be people for whom that makes sense. Anyway, that was one idea that we had, was create a roadshow.
Second part from me. I do apologise about that one. So yeah, our commitment on our group, I think, was we've volunteered the Bamboo Society and volunteered Hillier Gardens to hold a Bamboo Day next year, and that is really aiming for people who are interested in bamboo, who want to learn more about bamboo, but also identifying bamboo and potentially, so working from the plant, rather than coming from the building site or from industry, but I think coming from the plant side of things, because we have got that information there, and collaborating with botanic gardens across the UK, where they're holding already bamboo collections, so really making use of existing resources and getting that into a database. Building on that database, and in future we're also hoping that to really work with people collaboratively, potentially across the globe, to find out which bamboos or what bamboos really need to grow well. And the South African project there was inspirational, really, that we can maybe have a very basic app tool and make that available, and use citizen science to really collect data and make it then available for other growers, and that could then potentially be scaled up in size dramatically.
Thank you. Well done. That was a lot of work in your group. Gemma, would you like to feed back from Working Group 3?
Oh, they're here. Okay. Wide-ranging conversation, loads of brilliant people sitting around, so thank you very much. So there was something around the corporate-sponsored competition or exhibition. So we were the education, understanding, and we were that one, engaging people in understanding and imagining possibilities. So a corporate-sponsored competition or exhibition that it would uncover things that you wouldn't expect to be made from bamboo. Then there was something around, number 2 was play spaces and activities in gardens. It's really hard to read somebody else's writing. Educating bamboo educators was a big one. And then there was, number 4 was a bamboo curriculum, and let's develop that together. Number 5 was join the dots in bamboo advocacy in Europe, so twinning cities who are convening conversations or have, so like Dortmund and Stoke and other places, so that we're all in that network of connectivity together. Number 6 was there's already been an open source bamboo map, but if we could bring that back out to the public, and then we can all add on to it so we can all be interconnected. Number 7 was a university summer school about building with bamboo. And then I just had another conversation with Jolene and James, and I would love to twin my brownfield with the RHS, Hillier and Trentham to share plants and to share knowledge. So I just added that on the end.
Thank you. Thanks, Gemma. So thank you to everybody for feeding back and for what seems like a set of excellent conversations. I suppose what I'd like to know is, of all those things that you've been involved in discussing, which one do you want to do? Is anyone here prepared to make a commitment to convening a group, an action, a conversation, a something? I'm going to bring you a microphone. Emma, looks like you've got your hand up. Emma Lily has her hand up.
Yeah, I'll organise the workshop to take along to Groundswell or Oxford Real Food and Farming Conference.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Thanks a lot. Anyone else prepared to take any of the ideas that we discussed in our group forwards, or something else that you're prepared to do? So this is basically, we're making a to-do list that in a year we might say, how did you get on? It could be as much as just convene the next meeting, or it could be something that you want to take forward as part of your job. Iraklis and then Craig.
Yeah, I would
just come here, over here. Come here.
That's yeah, I would like to help connecting the dots. I mean, we're already doing that, but there is a project, this Bamboo World Map, that we have almost 600 contacts on a map. And we could make a digital map, kind of open source, but we need help, like people that knows about software, about open source technology, AI, somehow.
Anybody here in that category? Thank you. Craig, you've got a microphone, go.
Yeah, is it on? Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Yeah, the summer schools, and think about the university networks. I think there's some work to do there in bringing people together and trying to maximise our potential. And there's some helpful voices in the room that can work alongside, I hope. So, yeah.
You put your hand up. Thank you. That's because do you want to say something? Wait for the microphone. Remember the rule. No speaking without microphones.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I just wanted to add to that I think the summer school idea is good. And maybe we can even find a purposeful project combining one of these ideas that we actually build something for a garden, not just like a experimental building on a university campus, but maybe something that actually has a actual purpose.
Yes, so if someone has a garden, for example, that they could invite you to do it in. Sarah, did you go on? Speaking of the garden. And then Sarah. Did you want to say something about that?
I will speak with the bosses at Trentham, see what they can do.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm just saying I've got a big garden.
Yes, good. And you're offering it for bamboo building projects, aren't you?
Sure, why not?
Preferably a semi-permanent pavilion.
For gathering people. That's for me what the purpose of the structure would be, for getting people to get inspired together, do creative conservation stuff.
Thank you. Anyone else? Fran?
Yeah, as mentioned before, we're going to hold a bamboo day next year sometime at Sahara Atelier Gardens with help of the Bamboo Society. Helen, did you want to add anything in terms of?
No, we'll work together on that and get some plans out fairly soon. I'm also working on the Bamboo Society website, which at the moment is very basic. The next thing we want to add is an A to Z directory of bamboo. So if anybody would like to contribute to that, either from the growing point of view or the utilising bamboo point of view, please email me anything you have, and I want to get that information up and publicly available.
Thank you.
So I'm thinking that maybe I could start something with the competition, so maybe something small between like the local area of where I live, and also maybe something do, as I said, my idea of social media, that I'm thinking that even though I'm only one person, I think if I start it off, the idea could continue going on. So might not go in there, might do something, gotta try in the first place.
Thank you. You're going to pilot it for us. Thank you very much. Vicky, did you want to say something?
Hi, thank you. I said that I would take on the corporate, I guess, follow-up in terms of the fact that companies like, not necessarily IKEA, but like IKEA have lots of products that are made of bamboo, and how can we make it more mainstream and more acceptable? So that was kind of the idea that maybe we then introduce a competition as well. So obviously we can chat some more about that.
Thank you.
Hi, Nick. I have a hydroponic system that's just been set up, and I don't mind propagating all my bamboos in it for next year. So if anybody wants any of those.
Thank you. That's a good offer. Anyone else want to commit to something? Sarah?
Sorry, it's just a question about how people stay in touch. Do we have to put our hand up to say we'd like to stay in touch, or?
Yes, I suppose. Yeah, that is a good question. Somebody else asked about sharing emails. I suppose if you don't want your email to be shared, can you email gemma@brilliantbamboo.co.uk? Otherwise, I'll share it with everybody that's here.
Good.
On a delegate list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, obviously what I asked was any commitments that came out of the working groups, but I wonder if anybody is doing something themselves that didn't come out of those conversations, but that you want other people in this room to know about, or perhaps that you could invite them to take part in.
Just 1 minute, because Kavita was waving for the mic, so.
I actually just think my group's being really shy. We had a whole conversation about commitments, so I've got them all on Post-its and I'm going to read them out. I hope you guys don't
Thank you. Do you want to
mind.
come? Can you come over here and do
Yeah,
it?
sure. Sorry to out you guys all. So we asked a few questions around commitments. So I asked the question, like, what is something that you guys might be able to do as individuals and also as an organization? And our group was really, like, multi-skilled, really. So we had some people that were experts in growing and sharing bamboo and growing it at, like, a very large scale with a lot of technical information. So some people were saying that they are going to commit to being able to share data about different soil variables, about different ecosystem variables that helps other people understand that geography isn't the most important thing when we're talking about learning how to grow different species, but actually it's about all of the other wider implications too. And that maybe a nature tech platform could be built. Sorry, if you guys recognize yourselves within these commitments, please give us a wave, because we want to be able to, like, point people out. There we go, thank you very much. And also, as individuals, people said that they would commit to organizing workshops to be able to demystify concerns around growing bamboo cultivation, so that smallholder farmers, different types of growers, agroforestry people don't necessarily have the same, well, they understand that there's actually not really a big difference between, this came out of a conversation about, like, alien versus invasive species and how plants aren't necessarily falling within that category. It's not really that helpful. So organizing a workshop demystifying these concerns. Sorry? That was Groundswell. Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much. And then we asked, who will you build working relationships to try and make this a reality was another question that we asked. So that's where we nominated the Bamboo Society. Thank you so much for being an anchor point. And also, people were thinking about growing with different bamboo growers of different scales, both smallholders, both in the UK and beyond, and the role that us in the Global North might play within a relationship with growers in the Global South is an important one there. And then the question, what do you hope to share back in a year's time at next year's Bamboo Conference, was also a question. And the biggest one that came out of that conversation was a transdisciplinary approach to application, but how that might look is that next year we might launch a citizen science project where people have different roles that they can play. Some people who have a lot more technical knowledge might be able to support with some of the technical applications. Some people who are really good at organizing people might be able to take a role within that. We've already had a nomination for who might support with an app development. So there's actually so much involved in terms of roles that you might see yourself within a really large-scale citizen science project like that. So that was a really, really big hope and ambition that we're hoping to be able to launch next year. So I'm sorry that I'm outing everyone, but can my group please give everyone a wave so that we know who to come to for future conversations? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Garvia. Yes, clapping, always. Michael, did you want to make a comment or a commitment?
For the group working on the bamboo, green bamboo in the UK, I would like to suggest that you incorporate what we called bamboo site species matching, so that you know which bamboo species does well in each ecological zone area, so that you can have a kind of a database, so that you know what species you are planting in the north, south, east, and the west. And also there's something called bamboo utilization matching. What do you want to use the bamboo for? You cannot plant bamboo for charcoal and you plant a hollow bamboo. So you need to know what you want to use the bamboo for, then to be able to plant the right species. It's a way of diversifying your existing bamboo stock in the UK, and it's very good. And the last but not the least, there's something called establishing bamboo setum. That is a germplasm of a bamboo or type bamboo, so that anytime you want to propagate, you can just go to the germplasm or the bamboo setum, pick a sample, develop the tissue culture of it, and then you can now multiply them and use for the planting as a planting material. So these are a bit scientific things that you need to do to ensure that you get the right bamboo at the right place and for the better use of it. So thank you very much.
I'm so grateful to you for schlepping all the way here from Ghana. It's the first time that someone from IMBAR has been part of this conversation, and often we've said, oh, I'm sure IMBAR could help us, and now you've really helped us to understand how that might be the case. And hopefully if there's a question, we can now come to you and you can direct us to wherever it is we need to go. Because it's such a massive resource centre, it often with quite technical sounding titles, it's hard if you just want a quick answer to know even where to begin. So thank you for your generosity and helping us to contextualize what we've talked about. Is there anything else that anybody wants to commit to or assert or propose at this moment? Luke?
I will plant a bamboo in my garden in Belgium and committed to the UK bamboo. And secondly, I also am a bit of an international connector, so I will raise awareness in Europe and America about what is happening here and now in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's going to be very useful. Gemma's bringing the microphone. Thanks for waiting.
I'm running.
Yeah, hi. I just quickly wanted to mention I usually organize every year in January, February, design build project on the Thai-Burma border. We're working with local communities, refugee and migrant communities, working a lot with clay, working with timber, but also with bamboo. So if people are interested, this is usually for students or young architects or everyone who's interested in construction, but also, you know, if someone here is interested, obviously can get in touch. And we also founded a charity in Germany called Social Architecture. So we currently, we have developed a 3-story bamboo school in Calcutta, which is currently under construction. So there's a lot of stuff out there. So if people are interested, please get in touch. And yeah, there are other projects coming up for sure. And yeah, if you're interested in construction generally or architecture, you can get involved.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So, thank you.
Sally Manish here.
I want to say that World Bamboo Organization has embarked on a AI project to look at various scientific research material in different domains, and how to use AI to really bring technical, scientific literature, make it available to different kinds of users. And that's a very interesting AI project they talked about in the European Bamboo Expo. And I have started working on that with them. So it's just started. In a few months, we will have some kind of a prototype or some kind of a base version. So we can see how to adapt it to UK context. With their permission, we'll have to talk to them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Another one?
I think that we all should, when we leave this place, go learn 5 interesting bamboo facts that resonates with us and tell a younger family member, not within our immediate family member, so we truly can also understand bamboo and how it is.
Thank you. So listen, this is what I'm imagining is going to happen next. So people have said they're going to do stuff, and hopefully there'll be enough time before we leave here today for you to find each other. So whoever's going to do it together, make a date so you know when you're going to talk on the phone or on Zoom or next time you're going to meet, or what are you going to do. Like, make the plan today. Otherwise it will drift off and we'll be here next year and you'll go, oh, I didn't mean to do that. So make it happen today, please. And if you could let us know what's happening, then that will form part of the notes from the meeting that will circulate to the people who are here now, and also anyone who couldn't make it or who had to leave a little bit earlier. There's a group called the Bamboo in the UK group, which has met to help organise this and kind of keep the momentum going. And I guess that what will happen with the other good ideas is that group of people will look at them and see, is there a way that we can imagine any of us taking any of them forwards. If you want to be part of that conversation, we meet like 4 or 5 times a year on Zoom. You're very welcome to join in. It's just a way of keeping track of this movement or momentum or action. It's informal. Earlier on we heard from Jennifer Snyders, who told us that in Australia they've got a framework, a 10-year plan for bamboo development. Now, we've just made a framework, and the framework is the things that people want to do that seem useful or relevant or have come up, or are opportunities for people to collaborate with each other. And that's how it's been so far. Our framework has been, what do people feel inspired and excited to do? And they've invited other people to join in, and here we are. So the question for you is quite a difficult question, is, are you happy that this is the framework? As in this list of ideas that we're going to take forward and report back on to ourselves next year and make stuff happen, make sure we document it, share it, retweet it, etc. Does that feel enough of a framework, or is there something else that you feel is needed and can see a way of making happen? I'm anticipating a long silence now.
In the long silence.
Yeah, you're going to step in?
No, I'm not. It was just housekeeping during the long silence, why people think about what they want, is if you did come here and you didn't sign up on the ticket website, we don't have your email, so we can't tell you about all of the things. If you know that we haven't got your email, can you see Sarah? She is waving with pens just before you leave. That is the commitment that you people need to make.
And meanwhile, back to the framework.
Sorry.
Was somebody going to say something? It was just a random gesture, no. Well, does that mean we're happy? We're happy to keep going with these projects that we feel excited to do, and we commit to at least taking the next step and to telling others about it and supporting each other to get the word out and do the joining of dots. Chris, are you satisfied with that outcome? I feel you were the person most clear on perhaps the idea of a framework.
I would say that actually what has come out of today is exactly that. So when we've spoken before, there have been 3 key themes. It's been building with bamboo, it's been growing bamboo, it's been researching bamboo. And I think what we've seen out of all these commitments is people with a kind of renewed interest in those three themes. I'm delighted that all the growers are coming together, and actually we should get a consensus about what species we should be planting in the UK, how we should be doing it. So I think that seems to have come forward, and the kind of connected approach that we're going to see over the next year is really exciting. I think from the construction side, everybody's been talking together, and yes, we gave our summary about what our session was about, but actually there have been a whole load of extra connections and lots of kind of side conversations that have been going on. So I think we're going to see real meaningful steps forward in the construction side. And I think in the research side, we know what we need to research into. So I think those three themes, the three themes that are needed to make bamboo more widespread and more adopted in the UK, we've seen big steps forward today. So I think, yeah, I am very impressed and very happy with the results of the day.
Thank you. Thanks for summarising so well, and also about communicating it, building understanding and sharing enthusiasm for what it is and what it can do. So I'm just going to remind us of the provocation at the beginning, because I think this supports what you've just said. If bamboo is the planet's fastest growing sustainable resource, how can we get it growing, researched, fabricated and built at scale across the UK? I think we've done some good work on that today. Would you agree? Everyone's like, leave me alone now, I've had enough. Listen, we are drawing this to a close. There are a couple of things that we require of you yet before you leave. So one is you're going to find each other, sort out the next date and tell us about it. Don't leave until you've found the person who you're going to work with or people. But the second thing is just to invite your feedback. QR code. We would really, really value your feedback on today. We want to know, how has this worked for you? What will you do with what you've learned? What difference has it made to your life? Who have you met? And importantly, what can we do the same that was good this time, or what can we improve on or change for next time? And everything that you say will be properly collated and will inform the shaping of future events like this. So it would be your last gift before you go if you could do that. For people who don't like QR codes, this will lead you to an online version of the survey. There are hard copies made of actual paper with pens. It would be so good if you could do it before you leave today, because I don't know if you're like me, I leave with the best of intentions and then just gone. Just doesn't happen. So do it while it's fresh, please, and you'll be really giving us, you'll be dignifying us with your feedback. So that's the last task. Sort out the next thing. Give us your feedback. And other than that, I think it just remains for me to say thank you so much for bringing your whole selves to this conversation. It's felt like a thrilling encounter, a true summit, in as much as we said a powwow of influential and imaginative people coming together to see what we can do together that would be difficult to do on our own. And I feel like that's what we've done, and we've come up with some really great project ideas and a wonderful community that we can carry on being in touch with should any of us see any other opportunities to work together between now and the next time. So really thank you so much to all of you. Gemma, is there something that you want to conclude with, or can I do this wrapping up moment?
You can do it all.
Lovely, I'm going to do it all. As you've seen, I like doing that. In which case, yes, I just want to draw this to a close. Thank you, and perhaps invite a last round of applause for everybody who's contributed and made this happen, and to your good selves. And especially all the technical people who really had to work very hard to make this work. Thank you so much to all of you. That's it.
James. And please, if it's your first time in Stoke-on-Trent, please visit again.
Yeah, we will. Thank you. So feedback forms, find a friend, make a date. Safe home. Have a good weekend.